once again with our Pledge of Allegiance and salute to the New Mexico flag, as well as the acknowledgement of tribal land. It's a lot of this today. New meeting, new agenda. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Juro fidelidad a la bandera de los Estados Unidos de América y a la república que representa una nación bajo Dios, indivisible, con libertad y justicia para todos. I salute the flag of the state of New Mexico, the Zia symbol of perfect friendship among united cultures. Saludo a la bandera del Estado de Nuevo México, el símbolo de amistad perfecta entre culturas unidas. We acknowledge that our Board of Education meeting is taking place on occupied indigenous land. We acknowledge the Tesuque Pueblo lands and other tribal lands on which we stand. We honor these people, past, present, and future. We acknowledge the history and ongoing colonization of where we are sitting right now in New Mexico and in our country. We acknowledge our own place in the story of colonization. Thank you very much. We will move on to the approval of the agenda. And Dr. Griffin let me know that there will be a correction on action item B to the cover sheet, but we will address that when we get to that item on the agenda. Any other changes needed to the agenda, Dr. Griffin?
There are no other changes. Thank you, Vice
Thank
President.
you very much. If
Vice President Noble?
Yes, go
Move
ahead.
to approve the agenda with that change noted.
Thank you, Board Member Bozay, although there's no change
No
needed
change.
to the agenda. Is there a second?
I second.
Thank you, Board Member Griffin. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or otherwise? Okay, we've approved the agenda. Moving on to item number 2, our executive session. Dr. Gonzalez.
I'd like to make a motion to move us into an executive session where we're going to discuss threatened or pending litigation, NMSA 1978, Section 10-15-1H7, Rogers versus Board of Education of Santa Fe Public Schools, 124-CV-262-KRS-LV, and Chavez versus Board of Education, Santa Fe Public Schools, and collective bargaining, NMSA 1978 10-15-1H5, the National Education Association of Santa Fe, NEA Santa Fe.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
We are in executive session and will return on or about the neighborhood of 5:30 p.m. Thank you very much.
Testing, testing, testing. Testing, testing, testing. Testing. Okay, mic is on. Go ahead.
Test, test. Oh, I can hear myself out of here.
Okay. All
Are you
right.
getting feedback?
No, no feedback.
Perfect.
Okay.
So now if you'll speak into a microphone and I'll see if I can hear that.
Okay.
We need to get you
Let
a
me go
chair,
to.
Michael?
Let me go to another microphone. Okay. How about that? Oh, we're getting a little feedback. You can hear me okay now?
Roger, go ahead one more time.
Can you hear me? I'm three chairs down.
I can. Hello?
Okay. All right. How does that sound?
Are you speaking into a microphone?
I'm speaking into the phone, but I have the phone. Okay. Joe's gonna go speak into the microphone.
Hey, can you hear me? Neil, test 1, 2. How does that fit? How does that sound? Can you reply back? Here, let's have him reply back. Where's,
Say something, Neil.
Test.
you need to put the microphone a lot closer. You need to put
Okay.
the phone a lot.
Closer. Okay. All right, Neil, say something else.
Test.
Yeah.
Test.
How about now? Can you hear me now? Is everything good?
Sound good?
Do I sound good to you?
Do we sound good to you?
Neil, do I sound good to you? Can you hear me? Could you hear me, Neil? Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
So when that thing gets going, I can advance it first, all right? When Joe puts up the presentation, I can override it.
Well, advice, little Jack, just in case it got.
Good point.
Something coming negative.
Probably won't, but
Keep them muted. Red means muted. We'll get through it. We'll do it.
okay. Yeah, right. Joe, she needs a name.
How does that sound, Neil? With just this one on and that one?
I think we should just turn them off.
Just turn them on?
I think so.
When you guys get ready to talk, just hit.
Okay, we are going to come back from executive session. Dr. Gonzalez.
Yes, I'd like to make motion to move us out of executive session where we discuss threatened or pending litigation, NMSA 1978, Section 10-15-1H7. Rogers versus Board of Education of Santa Fe Public Schools, 124-CV262-KRS-LF. Chavez versus Board of Education of Santa Fe Public Schools, and collective bargaining, NMSA 1978 10-15-1H5, the National Education Association of Santa Fe, NEA Santa Fe.
I'll second.
And no action was taken.
No action was taken.
Okay, we have a motion and a second coming out of executive session. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or otherwise? Motion carries. Moving on our agenda, and just to say we are expecting President Abeyta at some point in the near future, but for now he's excused. We are at Roman numeral 3, our introduction of our new superintendent, Dr. Christine Griffin. Dr. Griffin brings over 20 years of experience in public education, having served as a teacher, instructional coach, principal, executive director of educational services, and innovation superintendent, executive director of educational services and innovation, as well as superintendent. She holds a doctorate in educational leadership from Northern Arizona University and has a strong track record of leading instructional improvement, developing innovative programs, and securing critical grant funding. She's deeply committed to the success of every student, community engagement, and creating learning environments where all students thrive. We are excited to welcome her to this new role, and in the moment of privilege that I have in chairing this meeting, I want to say on behalf of every member of the board and lots of members of this community, we are incredibly thrilled that you're here. We are here to do everything we can to ensure your success and support you and work together for the best interests of the students and families of the Santa Fe Public Schools. And thank you for your commitment, and thank you for being here, and welcome. Do you want to say a few words?
I'm really truly honored to serve as the new superintendent, and it is, yep. From the moment I've arrived, there's just such a deep sense of pride that our community has in our schools, and it's just really truly an honor and a pleasure, and I'm excited just to build on the strong foundation and move forward, and let's get this party started for sure. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to introduction of interpreter. Dr. Griffin.
Yes. Vice President Noble, board members, Executive Director, oops, sorry, wrong one. Deputy Superintendent Vanessa Romero, thank you.
Para asistencia de traducción en español, la señora Peña te ayudará.
Okay, thank you very much. Now we will move on to public forum. Do we? Oh, okay, well now yeah. All right, we have now introduced our interpreter. We will wait on public forum. We are going to take a brief recess to welcome Dr. Griffin with, apparently we have cupcakes. So we will go ahead and adjourn and come back in 5 to 10 minutes.
A nice little sugar rush for everyone, yeah.
I forgot to stop by and sign those pay tables. I knew you had them.
You guys can look at them and then we can initial on there were 3 pay tables that we had.
Okay, welcome back from our brief recess. And again, welcome, Dr. Griffin. I hope everybody got some sugar. Now, we will go ahead and move to public forum. Dr. Griffin.
All right. Vice President Noble, board members, Executive Director of Communications, Mr. Joe Abeta.
Good evening. Go over the Santa Fe Public Schools Board of Education Public Forum ground rules. Public forum includes online and or virtual participation as needed, as well as in-person comments when the board holds in-person meetings. Please listen and speak with respect. No uncivil conduct will be permitted. Please do not discuss any specific student who is not your own. No sharing of time. Self-monitor and observe the 3-minute time limit. You will receive a 30-second warning when your time is almost up. Public commentary and dialogue are allowed only during the public forum, not throughout the meeting. Please search for answers on common ground. You may speak on any topic, whether it is on the agenda or not. Your input will be taken into consideration. Please be advised that the board may discuss your issue during the meeting, but by law, the board cannot take action on items that are not on the agenda. Please do not discuss employee matters which may result in disciplinary action. Instead, notify the employee's supervisor, the Human Resources Department, or the superintendent. And with that, we have one email, and that is from Jason Morgan. Please share the following with the board. And this was done on June 11th, so I just wanted, this is from back then. Dr. Garcia, President Abeta, and members of the board, I wanted to provide comments in person, but our council is also meeting this evening. My name is Jason Morgan. I am the principal at the Academy for Technology and the Classics, and I want to express my gratitude for the excellent work done by Gabe Romero, the construction management team, and the Community Review Committee. In early 2023, I had written a similar letter to the CRC, acknowledging the perennial challenge of scarcity and expressing gratitude for the quality of dialogue and dogged commitment on the part of the committee to tackle that challenge. Similarly, I commended district staff for their preparation and presentation of timely, relevant information to assist the committee in the process. I can say with complete confidence that both of these sentiments are as true today as they were then. Our district facilities and our students are in good hands. Thank you. And that is Jason Morgan, Principal, the Academy for Technology and the Classics. And that concludes public forum.
Thank you very much, Mr. Abeta. We will go ahead and move on to Roman numeral 6 on our agenda, board announcements and follow-up. Are there board announcements to be heard from any board members? Yes, go ahead, Board Member Heffron.
Thank you, Sarah. I just wanted to make sure Dr. Griffin, welcome, knew, and other board members, that Carmen and I did attend the National School Board meeting law conference in Albuquerque a couple of weeks ago. And we were very intrigued by several of the subjects that were brought up, especially the dark side of social media, where the use of social media now statistically is being used by 33% of our nation's adolescents constantly, with 95% of adolescents are using at least one social media platform. And I've mentioned this before at a board meeting, but for us to take a look at the role of social media, especially as it's impinging upon the good mental health of our students and staff and teachers, I think is imperative as we move forward as an agenda item. I also wanted to bring up that we looked a lot as well at issues like fraud in capital outlay systems with multiple case studies. Also, an excellent presentation on demystifying the New Mexico Inspection of Public Records Act. And we got great examples of how data is being collected and usurped and misused by hackers and others, as well as, I might say, the press, who I know is in the room here. However, how their ability to access under the Freedom of Information Act really can get to a lot of information and also misleading information. But thank you. It was an incredible event to have attended.
Vice President Noble?
Yes, go ahead.
Members of the
Member
board,
Boza.
Dr. Griffin. I attended last Thursday the first annual conference of the Rural CTE Alliance that was held at Northern New Mexico College. And it was wildly interesting to hear what some of the really small districts in the state are doing and how they're piecing together CTE and work-based learning, and how some schools are even moving to full project-based learning models. So I just wanted to share that I was listening and learning and coming back with renewed interest for CTE and project-based learning. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Bozay. Any other announcements or follow-up from the board? Yes, go ahead, Board Member Heffron.
Thank you. I want to say Vice President Noble. One other thing came up at that event, but continues amongst our conversation amongst the schools here, and that is, and I've now been reading lots of data nationally published about the use of cell phones in classrooms, and how in certain states around the country where they have eliminated the use of cell phones in classrooms, what impact that has had on the attendance numbers as well as academic performance. And once again, in our state legislative process, we've agreed that every school district can decide for themselves what that policy should be. So I'm hoping to look forward to that as an issue going forward as well. Thank you.
Okay. Anything else on board announcements and follow-up? We will go ahead and move on to superintendent announcements and follow-up. Dr. Griffin.
Thank you, Vice President Noble, board members. The team here at the district office has been incredibly gracious to me for this first few days in this position. We would like to start off by thanking Christy Wagner for her service and wish her well in her new chapter. She has resigned. And with that information, I would also like to announce the appointment of Dr. Neil Weaver as Interim Deputy Superintendent of Operations. We have great confidence in his ability and a strategic leader, so thank you, Dr. Weaver. And last Friday, Dr. Weaver presented to the Legislative Education Study Committee about our AI plan. And the LESC considers how AI is impacting education in New Mexico. So that was a great presentation. I got to see it. Thank you so much for that. And thank you.
Thank you very much. Day 7.
Day 7, we've got this.
Here we go. Moving on to, we have many action items, but we will start with a big one, a presentation and possible action on our facilities master plan. Dr. Griffin.
Thank you, Vice President Noble, board members. I would like to welcome Dr. Veronica Garcia, Executive Education Consultant for SFPS. Thank you.
Well, good evening, Vice President Noble, members of the board, Superintendent Griffin, and staff, colleagues, members of the audience. It's a pleasure to be here. I don't know why it's echoing. Point of privilege, if I may, Madam President. Today is Dr. Weaver's birthday. Happy birthday, Dr. Weaver.
Thank you.
Happy birthday, Dr. Weaver, and congratulations on the new job.
So it'll be memorable, right? All right. So I want to begin by just thanking everyone. I was talking to Mr. Romero, and he's done an amazing job on this. And he told me, but who's counting, right? It took us 15 meetings to get here on this presentation in refining and refining and refining and refining. And I want to thank the contributors. There's so many that worked on this presentation, as well as the there's slides in the presentation that are not in the F&P, right? And so it's a combination of things. But I'm just going to go down the list in no particular order here. So Dr. Weaver, thank you for your support in helping us with getting this presentation together. The same with Josh Granata, our legal counsel. Thank you, Josh. Many, many, many hours. Gabe Romero, many weekends. Poor thing, one day he was sunburned when he came off the boat, but he was loyal, and we worked together. Where are you, Gene Boswick? I never saw you. Where are you?
Behind
There
us,
he
hiding.
is. So much that he's contributed here. We may have to call on you here and there, so maybe I want to get closer. John Spitz with Architectural Research Consultants, also known as ARC, could not be here tonight. Will be here by telephone, I think.
He's on the phone currently.
So thank
yes.
you, John. I want to thank Tarina Salazar,
Yes.
and she's the executive assistant and has staffed the CRC. So we want to thank them for their efforts. I think the co-chair of CRC, Romana Beta, is that correct, or is that you? I'm sorry, forgive me for that. Board Member Bozay, co-chair of the CRC, and Mr. Beta, a member of the CRC that represent the board on that endeavor. Facility staff, Gabe's facility staff, and Marissa Bonifers as well, and
Yes.
some other people, Mr. Romero, that you want to recognize?
Yeah. And certainly our consultants that we contracted to do a lot of this work really helped us get a very comprehensive view of our facilities. So thanks to EEA Systems, Allied Electric, and J3 Systems, who did the roof inspections.
And they were EEA?
EEA was the mechanical, the HVAC.
So I will never forget that, because every meeting I would say, what does EEA stand for? And he would say, that's the name of their company. And then we'd come back and I'd be like, so, okay, tell me again, what does EEA stand for? That's just the name of their company. And we just go round and round on that. But anyway, we have fun, right?
Yes.
Okay, no reason that going through a hideous document shouldn't be enjoyable. So at this point, we're going to go ahead and begin. And we ask respectfully that you save your questions to the end, because I think as we work through it, you may find that your questions are answered. So you can document them on your slides. Are we in agreement on that? And then members of the team, if you feel like we're missing something or not clarifying something, please feel free to jump in, all right? So with that said, I think we'll go ahead and begin.
May. Just want to check in with the board. We good to do that? Everybody write down your questions. We do not jump in. Only the staff jumps in. We wait till the end, all 50-some slides. All right, off you go.
And we promise not to read slides to you and try to get through the real meat. I mean, some of this is you already know, but it's important as these documents stand alone for someone who's just picking it up, right? So the first slide is a definition of the CRC. I think the salient point, yes. Okay, thank you. The salient point here is that the Community Review Committee makes recommendations to the board. Yes. Okay, so they're advisory. And we thank them for their work. All of those members of that committee, they meet diligently, and we really thank them for that. Slide 3. So as a backdrop, you all know the work that we've done around reimagining. And reimagining has just kind of become the, our go-to to describe a lot of this work. But this started back in February 18th of 2020. I think you were board president at the time, Vice President Noble. And this was the resolution that you brought forward, and this idea has grown and been implemented, and those of you on the board know the process that we've gone through over several years now around reimagining. And then there's a policy and a resolution that are also important to remember. One, the realignment of district schools and facilities to support positive student outcomes, and that was one of the resolutions that was a backdrop to EJ when we had health and safety issues there, and innovations, schools of innovation. And that was a resolution that you just recently passed on May 19th. The guiding principles that help build the FMP, Facilities Master Plan, are listed there, which you can easily read. Slide 5, if you recall, on May 19th, it seems like a long time ago, but you all approved the 150 million resolution, right? That would be the ballot initiative in November. And the bonding capacity, we looked at 150 million. The most important thing there is it does not raise taxes, the tax rate, and is consistent with the last bond cycle. It's one of my favorite slides. So, this question's come up, and I think it's a very good question. Is this just a list of recommendations and projects? Like, what is the FMP? What makes up the FMP? And so, if you can think of the full FMP, and I think you've seen pictures of that, we have tons of notebooks, right? 4 or 5 notebooks that consist of so much data and research around our facilities. It is then put together into an executive summary. There is one copy here, a hard copy, or two, and then also it can be emailed to you. We'll probably post it on our website. And that's about, what'd you say, 72 pages, Gabe?
Yes.
Yes. And then the summary presentation that you're going to get tonight, there's a cover of our presentation, includes the most salient, critical elements of the FMP. And so some of the things that we're going to talk about, you say, like, why are we having to hear this? Well, the PSFA, the Public Schools Facilities Authority, has certain elements that have to be in the FMP, and those are included in the slides today.
So we'll get a quick overview of what we'll be doing this evening. This is an overview of what we're doing tonight. Of course, you can read for yourselves, but I think the important thing is at the end, the next steps, is we'll be asking if the board will be able to take action this evening or provide us further direction. So just to give you a kind of an idea of the undertaking of what the Facility Master Plan takes into account, you see the size of the square footage of the building, almost 3 million square feet of building throughout the district, which is a lot to consider. And the acreage, and the oldest and the youngest buildings, being one's almost 100 years old and one's just very, very new. So that's kind of an idea of the undertaking of what we did with this Facility Master Plan. And a lot of people helped us do this. So, quick list of acronyms that you have there, so we can refer to those as we move forward in there. I'll just let you maybe dog-ear those in case you see an acronym you don't remember. I think you can ask what that acronym is so we make sure we have full understanding.
So these are the elements that are required in the FMP on slide 11. And I'm just going to give you a moment to just review those. And all of these things have taken place, whether it's input from internal or external stakeholders to the prioritization of maintenance capital projects. These are all things that the CRC and staff have been working on over this last year. Let's go to slide 12. This is the process map for FMP, and I will give you a few minutes to look at that. And there's my 3 favorite slides of the consultants that gave input to ARC. My famous Who is EEA, Consulting Engineers. They collect data and facts, ARC does. So a lot of the forecasting on birth rates and all enrollment is something that ARC does. That's their bread and butter. They're very good demographers and whatnot. And again, John Spitz, I don't think I mentioned his name a while ago, did I? I did,
yes, you
okay,
did.
good. I hope you're still there, John, hiding in.
Are you there, John?
Probably, he's probably watching Suits or something, but anyway, I'm sure he's listening to us. And the PSFA, right, sets minimum adequacy standards and approves the report. So this has to go to them, and we hope it gets approved, right? Go to the next slide. This tells us the various components of the FMP process, and now we're at the end of the process where the prioritized list of capital improvements come to the board for approval.
So again, just to give you an idea of what went into this, so it wasn't a short, quick process. We started this in October of 2023, and then we've done that sort of work. I know that Sarah is very much familiar with the process that we went through, but for the others, it's a few years to get all this information to you, and it goes through a few different processes about assessing, discussing, and then preparing presentations for the CRC to approve, and then we move forward on that to our final recommendations. Since, let's see, since 2024, the CRC started having meetings to study this information, and, yes, ma'am.
I'll keep going.
So we requested some additional information and guidance when needed from the board, and we were able to get that, and we made some recommendations and adjustments. On May 7th of this year, after probably at least 12, a dozen meetings or more with the CRC voted on the recommendations you will see this evening. Sorry.
Okay, slide 16.
Forward. So these entities, as we talked about a few times before, ARC and all our consultants and engineers completed district-wide assessment in the fall, in the summer of 2023. They provided facility scores to us. There's percentages that we'll talk about a little bit later. You get to compare buildings to buildings and see which ones are doing better and which need more help, right? They also compiled all the capital improvement projects. So we'll look at those in a pie chart later. That'll tell you how many capital improvement projects they identified at all the sites. And then demographic and population information will be very important to think about this evening as we move forward. This pie chart that we're looking at, I talked about just a moment ago, identifies all the capital improvement projects identified across the district. You see the total there of about 325 million, right? Or 326 really, more so. So obviously we talked about in the beginning that we have a $150 million bond. So some decisions had to be made, and the CIPs had to be prioritized, which are the most urgent, which can wait maybe for the next bond cycle, that sort of thing. Now this does not include any new projects. They don't do CIPs for new buildings or new projects that we want to do. So as we move forward and talk about the 2 new projects we want to do, it's not included in this. So if you included it in this, you would add about another 70 million to that amount, okay?
But before you leave that slide, if I may, just note on the top that this is 23-24. So when they were making assessments on buildings or giving you conditions or sizes, or when we hear about EJ and Chaparral, we were looking at it in the time frame of the 23-24 school year. And just FYI, John's been with us. He was on mute, as it's happened to all of us. So thank you, John, for being with us.
Yeah, and important to note too, at that time, EJ Martinez and Chaparral were in their own schools at the time a lot of this assessment was done. Also, Desert Sage was in Capshaw and operating as a remote learning school.
And you'll see slides to that effect, but that way you have the context. All right, so if we go to slide 18, thank you. We see about birth rates falling precipitously, right, from 2001 to 2007. And then we saw a little bit of growth, and then it just continues to go down, and birth rates will continue to decrease for years to come. We're going to see, I just want to get to, where do I want to look at the next slides? We saw a deep decline around 2020 during the pandemic, and you all remember that. And when Krista Libata, I think you're in here somewhere, where she tracked down just about every kid that left the district and her team, they did an amazing job with that. State economy was looking up. As you know, we have volatile oil prices, gas and oil impacting statewide revenue, unemployment is increasing. So these are all significant factors, but the most salient, in my opinion, is the declining birth rate, right? So if you go to slide 20.
If I could add to that,
Sure.
that's in that folder, you see what the resident average age is 55 years and older has increased over the time period. So we all know that gentrification across Santa Fe, right? So a lot of those people that age don't have families and students that go to school. So another big driver in the birth rate decrease. Thank you. Yes, they do, and we've been very grateful to them.
Thank you for representing Dr. Gonzalez. But we're not contributing, maybe grandchildren, if we can get our grandchildren to move here, right? That's what we need to do. Let's go to slide 20. So there you can see in a graph enrollment projections. And then if you go to slide 21, I think is the most telling. It has the 5 previous years, right, in terms of birth rate. And you can see the decreases. Look at that big one in 2021, which we had referenced earlier. We lost 750 kids in that year. And then, that improved, considerably. Then it went back up now in 24, 25. We lost 329. Just as a side note, as you look at this number for 25, 26, 318, it'll be fascinating, and I've talked to Dr. Griffin about this, to take a look at what happens at middle school and K-8s, because we did quite a bit of marketing to try to get people to look at and come visit our schools to see if we see any bump in those grades and the impact that that may have had. And then we look at 26, 27, we're seeing about 157, and then it levels off again. So later on, if you do have questions, the demographers from ARC, John's here, can answer some of those questions for you. And we're going to get to the topics here that we're coming up soon around utilization and around capacity. And in the back of your mind, I want you to be thinking of kind of a metaphor of a family. And a family that maybe had 5 kids and a mom and a dad in a big 6-bedroom house, maybe with a den, and a dining room and a living room and so on. And at some point, when the kids were all living at home, that house was utilized to 100%, and the capacity, they could not fit any more kids in that home. But then they all grow up and go to college, and now they have capacity, perhaps, but it's 100% utilized because mom decided she wants a hobby room and maybe a workout room, and dad wants a man cave. And many people, as they get older, decide they're going to spread out and have a library, and so the house will be fully utilized, but the capacity is still there for more people. So just keep that in the back of your mind as we start talking about utilization and capacity. So I'll turn it over to Gabe.
Well, thank you, Dr. Garcia, for the great metaphor. And that's perfect as we look at these few definitions that we'll be talking about here shortly. Functional utilization, I would describe as just a square footage formula of a building and how many students can occupy that building, based on a formula of so many square feet per student. So that's just a basic number that's used in here. Occupancy utilization is more like how many people can use this building at one time. So it's kind of similar to functional, but it's a little bit different. It's talking about how many people can actually use the entire building at one time. And then the classroom loading utilization is pretty easy. So classroom loading, if you could fit 22 students in a classroom and you only have 11 in there, then it's only 50% utilized, right? So if you look at a whole school and it's underutilized, it might be around lower 50% or 60%. Might be asking how well utilized is that school. Okay. So what we did was, we did a utilization analysis. As you'll see on the left, we divided it up into elementary schools, and then K-8s, and middle schools and high schools, and at the bottom is district-wide schools. And looking at utilization, the ones that are highlighted, their classroom loading utilization that I talked to a while ago, have some pretty low numbers. What John Spitz had described to us was that ideal utilization for elementary schools is 95 to 100%. For middle schools, because you're changing classes, so it's hard to get that percentage, is 80 to 95%. And less than that, we have to start asking ourselves, why are they being underutilized? He set the standard, John Spitz, our ARC consultant, that occupancy rate utilization below 50% is poorly occupied space based on PED, PTR, pupil to student standards, right? So PTR is
Pupil teacher ratio.
Parent-teacher ratio, I'm sorry.
Pupil.
Parent-pupil.
Pupil teacher ratio.
Okay, got it for you, thank you.
It's like me trying to talk about utilization.
Yeah.
You know, I get it.
So it is a little bit eye-opening that, thank you for the help, of some of the low percentages we have at some of these schools that were, not long ago, if you remember that enrollment chart that we showed you with the line chart, not long ago, a lot of these schools were busting at the seams. But we've seen a steep downward trend in enrollment. Thank you.
Before you leave that slide, so if you look at the average occupancy utilization across the district, I mean, that doesn't mean that it's great, but the average was 65%. If we look at the elementaries, you see the two highlighted there are EJ and Chaparral at 44 and 60%. And then you'll see later, we're going to be talking about the K-8s, but look at some of those numbers at 32%, 27, 27, 56, 41. And then Milagro and Ortiz even at 41 and 48%. And then Eco, Mandela, and I. So the next slide, and John's probably listening and thinking, what is she talking about? But the way this is expressed in terms of predicting future classrooms based on enrollment, right? And the need for additional classrooms is expressed with the black number, with like, for example, 2, and excess classrooms are expressed with a red negative number. And this isn't my slide, and every time we do this slide, I'm like a broken record, because I say, I hate this table, because it reminds me of accounting. It's like backwards, right, in my mind. So if you look at, which is hard to read, slide 25, you're going to go through that slide, and you need a magnifying glass, really, to look at it. So let's go just to the bottom line. If you go to slide 26, the takeaway is that we have as many, in terms of excess classrooms, right? 193 with portables, if you count the portables, and 171 excess classrooms without portables. Okay, so we're not in the black. It's not like we're short classrooms. If you go back to slide 25, we're seeing, and that makes sense, right? If we're seeing declining enrollment and whatnot, that we're going to have excess classroom space. All right. And now we go to capacity. So keep me thinking about that house I told you about, okay? All right.
Okay. Again, definitions, we have to understand them to be able to understand what we're looking at. You'll have some good illustrations, I think, in what's going on across the district. So functional capacity, just based on the number of students who accommodate special education classrooms, right? It doesn't account for spaces like programming, special programming, and pull-out programming. Functional capacity, again, is analysis of the space that you have and how many students would be able to work in that space based on certain standards. So That's just an idea of what this functional capacity is as you see it in the next slides. It will be in a red block, so we'll talk about that. Let's move to that.
And just
Go ahead.
probably in the back of your mind, let's think about a school like ECO, right? It's got a lot of space, but you've got like a big auto shop, takes up a lot of room. Okay, so you have the space, and that's captured in here. Doesn't always think about the program. Okay.
So let me enlarge it just a little, enlarge mine so I can
Look at
talk
that.
to it a little bit better. So what you're seeing, the red is the actual functional capacity of the building itself. These are all the schools across the district, excluding the high schools. We have a separate slide for that coming up. But the red that you see, there's a number in there that will tell you what the functional capacity of that building is. The yellow will tell you about the transfers, total enrollment is the yellow part, and then the green is the incoming transfers from outside their district. So you get kind of a quick visual about where the schools are that have a lot of capacity still remaining in them, and some of the programs that don't. You can see some that don't have a lot of red inside them. Up on the northeast, there are high demand schools that have low capacity, but if you look at the transfers in, there's a big green square because that's how they get their student enrollment. So it's not from within their district, it's from outside their district. So it's kind of a telling illustration here of our capacity across the district.
From their zone.
Yep.
Because they're all in district, but from their zones.
Zone, I'm sorry, yes. The next slide is just for the high schools itself. We have the two comprehensive high schools, Capitol High and Santa Fe High, who right now don't have a lot of capacity. But if you remember the enrollment trends back, there's a bubble that moved through, and now it's leaving the high schools. So the high schools are going to start experiencing some lower enrollment. So we know that very easily because we know what we have in our middle schools and elementary schools that are feeding the high schools, of course. But there is one, ECO, Early College Opportunities. If you look at that closely, you'll see that they're about half capacity for the number of students that could be in there according to functional capacity. And that's the little tiny one on the bottom right of the drawing here.
So if you go to slide 30, and sorry we couldn't make that better, but this just sort of took the schools with the highest excess functional capacity and compared that number to their enrollment. So if you look at elementary schools, you can see that Tesuque has 165, right, that they could have in terms of functional capacity, but they're at 61. And then you've got the numbers for EJ. Theirs was 317. This was when they were in their building before. And their enrollment was 167. Chaparral is still at 478 with an enrollment of 181. That was in 23-24. Kearney, you can look at their numbers, Amy Beal, and Sweeney. And then if we look at the middle schools, you can see Gonzales at 613 with an enrollment of 274, and ICRA at 1,325 and an enrollment of 672. And, of course, you have to dig deeper because there's programmatic issues, right?
Right.
What kind of programs they have. And then, of course, ECO.
So we are going to look at, when we include program taking that into account when we look at utilization of schools. So we have utilization called program capacity. And that does take into account the programming inside the schools. Maybe you have a more special needs classrooms than others, or medically fragile and whatnot. We take that into account as we move forward and we look at this next drawing.
However, when we submit the report, PSFA does not take into account program capacity.
So, I see that the illustrations here for the schools, a lot of them seem somewhat similar. There's some that change. There was a big question about Tesuque, because previously they were listed when you lose functional capacity, but now they look a little bit more utilized when you take into account program capacity. And some of the other schools, and we'll go over those schools at the next slide, or the one after the high school, and talk about their program capacity inside the schools. But you do see on the southwest side and the southern side, you do see still a lot of capacity inside the buildings, and a lot of that red part of each of the school's illustrations. This is the high school, and again, we do see that XX capacity in eco, not at the high schools yet. And then we did the numbers for you one more time, so we could
So you look at,
talk some more about it, yeah.
Yeah, so you look at the slide, and again, you're looking at, now with program capacity and enrollment, Tesuque fell off. You know, they weren't no longer on here. But you see that Chaparral was Amyville, and I remember when we were trying to get the interzone transfer kids out of there a few years ago, remember? When they were just bursting at the seams. And now the trend has changed. Cesar Chavez, look at that, almost half, and Kearney. And then the K-8s again, even though we're thinking of program capacity, but yeah, and ICRA still remained when we looked at it in this, under this lens. And then, if you want to look at slide 35, we simplified the transfer matrix, and you want to talk about that, Gabe?
Yes, so first we'll look at the elementary schools, and if you look at the third column from the left, of course, you see the name of each school. That says total enrollment, and you talk about, the next is about how many live in the school zone. So just look at a second madre at the top to give you an example. There's actually 154 students that go to that school, but there's only 50 that live inside their zone, right? So where do the others come from? And you see the number of the transfers in. And then there's a few that do transfer out, and possibly to private schools and other places such as that, but a small number transfer out and a large number transfer in. So as you go through those, get an idea of which schools are relying on the transfers in for their enrollment, and which schools typically don't do that.
And it's also fascinating, I think, from a programmatic perspective, to look at like Amyville with 154 transferring out, or Cesar Chavez, 188 transferring out, right? So it's also interesting. It'd be great to maybe talk to those parents. You know, is it because they work on another part of town, or is it programmatically why so many are transferring out as well? And
so let's look at the other schools with the same lens, right?
K-8.
Yes, ma'am.
Go look at the Ks. Yeah, no, never mind, you're fine.
Okay. We have the K-8 schools and the middle schools and the traditional high schools. When we're looking at the K-8 schools, we just see that the enrollment is down, I think, is a big, and there are quite a few living in those zones, and a lot of them do go to those schools. El Camino Real is a little bit different because they have a dual language program there, so they do have a pretty large enrollment. There's a large need for that type of school. So you see the number of the transfers in 246. So you go down to the middle schools, you don't see as many transfers in as you do at some of the other schools, but again, you see the lower enrollment of those schools. And you do see on the far right the transfers out. So you have to start thinking about that with the middle schools on how many we're losing there, right? On the traditional high schools, I think it's pretty standard. So there's a lot that are living in the zone that actually go to the high school. If you look at Capitol High, almost all of the students that are in the zone go to the high school. A few of them transfer out, but both of the high schools trend the same at this point.
Well, unless I'm reading it incorrectly, Santa Fe High has 605 that transferred out, and that number surprises me. 285 for Capital. So I'm curious, even if they, like maybe some are at Mandela, possibly some are at ECO, but that's still a really high number, right? 605 that we're losing from Santa Fe High School.
Let's talk about the CRC recommendations and all their hard work. We acknowledge that up front, but this is a culmination of their many, many meetings, many hours of meetings, and decisions that they have made for recommendations to the board. I think as Board Member Bose can attest to. So let's look at these individually. I think it might be easier to digest that way. We have a facility renewal budget, or that we'd like allocation we'd take from or like part of the general obligation bond. And what that allows us to do is make sure that the spaces that we have are well-maintained, and the capital projects that are in them, it could be a playground that needs to be upgraded for ADA access. It could be the HVAC systems or the roofing that needs to be replaced, and they can be large dollar items, can in the millions of dollars to fix these. So we go through that and we make some decisions with the CRC about what's the proper allocation for that by looking through all the capital improvement projects. So what we came up with, or what the CRC and the staff came up with, was outdoor play spaces need a lot of work. You can see the numbers there, and I'm sorry, I think we, either on paper or on electronic, but here we are. And then the building envelope and roofing system, which includes windows, doors, stucco, roofing, a pretty good amount for that to help us move forward with. And then the same with the mechanical systems, the HVAC and plumbing. So I'll let you read the rest of those without going through each one of them. But I will comment on the AD at the bottom. Those types of improvements are really required to be done soon. They were prioritized very high, so we did allocate a good amount for that. But that's totaling in $28.7 million for district-wide facility renewal.
I do want to note that that $5.5 million for ADA, you're going to see ADA come up again later on site-specific, and that was a prioritization of the CRC. And so those additional dollars that you're going to see, I think it's for Sweeney and Salazar, are not included in this 5.5, but are counted separately on a different slide.
And I'll explain the rationale for that as we get there. Sustainability is, I think, has been a priority for the district for many, many years. I think the board has very well supported us in that endeavor because it pays back, right? It's an investment. Solar arrays, ground source heat pumps, cisterns, we all save money on that. And they pay for themselves in a few years, and then it's an asset to the district. So we wanted to make it very, I guess comprehensive would be a good word on our sustainability. So you see how it's broken down with solar generation in general and all the others with water efficiency. And the last one, resiliency, is a project that we're undertaking at the Transportation Department. So what we'd like to do at the Transportation Department with our bus electric fleet growing to 12 by the end of the year, we'd like to be able to power those, right, naturally, but we'd like to be able to power those through our own solar generation. And then buses don't typically charge that much during the daytime, right? So what we need to do is come up with some engineering to be able to store that with batteries so they can charge at nighttime. So we have our own little microgrid on the Transportation Department that's not coming out of operational funds. Those can go back into the school, and we can be self-sufficient at the transportation yard. So that's why you see a large allocation of that $5.2 million. It'll be a big undertaking. We're already starting by installing all the chargers at the Transportation Department. Athletics was fairly basic, $2.1 million for the Santa Fe High Track and Field. That'll probably use most of that with the additional upgrades, scoreboards, stuff like that that may be necessary for that. So it's kind of a one item on the athletics. And site-specific projects, again, we prioritized those as we went through the capital improvement, which were most in need, which were most urgent, and we wanted to call those out and make sure that they were their own specific project. So as we start at the top, the gym at Santa Fe High School for years and years, and it's not getting any cooler, is hot in the summer. And that's because they don't have air conditioning, they have evaporative cooling on this huge gym, and it just doesn't work, and it's old. But that's part of it. There's more plumbing and interior work that needs to be done, electrical upgrades to go along with that. And as you go down, as Dr. Garcia was talking about before, these projects about Salazar, Nava, at the very bottom you see Pinon, ADA site, parking improvements and ADA compliance and upgrades. What the CRC was recommending is that they would like to call these out as their own projects so they don't get mixed up with all the other ADA projects and possibly get downgraded or missed because something comes up more important. So they wanted to identify these on their own. The amounts are a little bit smaller than the others. You'll see they're about $500,000. So, but that was the reasoning or the rationale behind having them cite specific projects. Yes.
Just a note on the ADA, the rules have changed, and virtually everything on this list is going to be required. It's not like we have a choice. In the next couple of years, if we don't do those, we're going to be in violation of state regs. So everything we've listed here is just bringing us up to that standard. It's a changing, it's a moving target, but right now we're just bringing ourselves up to meet the standard.
Thank you, Gene. So on the previously discussed projects for consideration, I didn't miss a slide, did I?
I think you
No,
read it.
we're good?
No,
Okay.
I think you did district athletics, you did site-specific, and now we're on 42.
A new educational services center, we estimate would need to be about 100,000 square feet for all the administrative services that we have across the district. So this is really preliminary. What we would be able to do with about $35 million is complete about 60% of that project. So that was phase one, and then we might think about phase two later. I might ask Gene Bostwick, our Director of Construction and Engineering Construction and Real Property, to talk a little bit more about that. No?
No, I mean, he can, but
Okay.
go ahead.
I mean, the basic idea would be to consolidate. Right now, we have this facility, we have facilities at DF Young, we have facilities over off Carlos Ray, and smaller facilities, we have even facilities off Zia. And the idea would be to figure out a way to consolidate those. It's not really, there's no decisions been made in terms of which ones would be prioritized or which ones would go first, but we're looking at the big picture and just trying to put a frame around what it would take to bring all of those things together into one site. So it hinges on the fact that, as you probably know, this building is old. Other buildings are even older. And so we're looking at what would it take to create a space that brings all these together a lot more efficiently and allow us to move forward with an administrative center that serves the whole district from one location.
Thank you, Gene.
And what I'd like to comment on that, and I'll talk about it a little bit later, is that I think now with our new superintendent and not knowing, and there's questions that come up. Are we talking phase one, phase two? How big? Are we looking at a potential phase three? We're not sure. There's a lot of questions about really looking at alignment of services and where we want them. And the ESC at one has evolved, right? Sometimes we've had HR here, sometimes we have not had HR here. Security has been here, security has been in another place. And I think there are those kinds of issues. And with the first phase, programmatically or as a service center, what makes the most sense? So there's just a lot of unanswered questions that we still need to work out. You're going to see a slide, and I'm going to just jump in. You'll see a slide here for like Desert Sage, and that's potentially where it can be, but I think there might be other options as well. So I think those are pieces that we need to discuss. If we go to the next slide, the board had a presentation that was brought to them in March 14, where we were looking at that time of the health and safety issues at EJ. And if we go to slide 45, this was slide 6 of the March 14th presentation. We had the option 1 to replace EJ roof and HVAC, right? And that was $11 to $12 million, but then you were going to have to do a whole lot of remodel, and there were the standards, right, that you had to meet, the new building code standards. And so then we go to the second option, which at that time the board, I think, chose, right, which was looking at about 14 to 18 million for that rebuild. And then we looked at slide 47, and again, this is just kind of taking us back to memory lane. And I think at that time you were looking at about 16.2 million price tag. We go to slide 48, then you start talking to staff, right? You start looking at programmatically what might that school need, and you start looking at programs, right? We talked about it's not just classrooms, but potentially, do you want a space for like cooking with kids, or a maker space place, or what would be ideal? And now we have a price tag of about 35 million. I know that about 2 weeks ago, Gage staff met with I just gave her a doctorate, Deputy Superintendent Romero and the supervisor, Assistant Superintendent Sena, and they thought perhaps they didn't need all of those programs. So there's a lot of questions, just like there are about ESC around with EJ. So go to 49.
So this is a summary of what we just went over in detail of the CRC's proposed projects that you'll be seeing. And of course, we're broke down in a couple different ways. At the very top, we do have to have some set-asides for bond sales and planning. That's like the money we use to conduct this facility master planning. And contingency is very important. So a lot of the jobs that we have, we may allocate a little less than they need due to different circumstances that come up, inflation of construction, and some of these are years down the road. So we use contingency quite a bit to be able to help out projects without having to take it from another project. So we have a very healthy contingency this year, or on this proposal, with over almost $14 million in contingency, which is probably
high.
Yep, 7.5% of the GO bond. But if you recall, last general obligation bond 2021, we had to delay phase 2 at ECO, 11.7 million, to put back into contingency to cover other projects. So we felt like a healthy contingency was important. And then on the district-wide projects, those are the
we
ones
can go
that
back on the contingency
Yes, ma'am.
piece. Of course, there is volatility. We don't know what's going to happen, right, with the price of steel or lumber, et cetera, given, our current economic and volatile environment that we're in. On the other hand, it is above like the 5%. So there could be a teeny bit of wiggle room in there if the board felt like they needed to pull as we look at other potential projects. But that is being conservative.
Okay. We'll move on to the next slide.
Did you want to just kind of hit the categories? We have facility renewal, sustainability.
Right.
You've already heard them. This is just putting it in a table for you.
Thank you. On the site-specific projects, at the very top, we have the two large projects, E.G. Martinez and the administrative building, phase 1. The total of those two are $70 million, but they're 35 apiece. And then as you go down, you see the ADA projects that we talked about and the other projects within the district that the CRC thought were very important to take care of during this bond cycle. I don't know if there's any specific ones. I can go through them really quickly, but HVAC district-wide, what we'd like to do is get controls that we can manage all. So we have thousands of HVAC systems across the district to control, like just the one inside here. Is important that we be able to look at those remotely and assess them and see if they need help. So there's a district-wide project that we set aside $2 million for. Is it $2 million? It's hard to see it. but to be able to bring that project forward so we could have better controls, better savings across the district, and more comfortable students and staff. ATC, you'll see there near the middle. It's important to note that they had some very high needs. They're our district charter school, so this bond cycle is where they get capital funding from. Some years they do. Last year they got about $500,000 for some fencing and some improvements, ADA improvements on the outside of their building. I think the bond cycle before that, they got a new gym and some classrooms. So they've always been included, but this year we noticed that they had some very high needs in roofing and HVAC, and the CRC and I wanted to recommend an allocation for them to allow them to address those, because they just don't have the mill levy funding that comes for facility maintenance. It's a large project. Gonzales is an important one to talk about too, because Gonzales has been, I think, has some needs for many years that need to be addressed in outdoor areas. The problem there is that they have some drainage issues, and the water doesn't drain off the property as it should, and it leaves large pools of water, and usually like they're ponds almost in the winter, and there's been a lot of problems with that. So that has to be addressed. And then the ADA issues and the upgraded play equipment, and also along with that, a play field. You'll notice all our other K-8s have athletic fields. I don't know that we'd be able to fit a full-size athletic field in there because of the configuration, the size of the site. But we could certainly give them a green area where they could have their activities, PE, and a track, a walking track or something to that effect. So those are the major projects that we have on there. We'll be happy to take questions at the right time about any of those projects, and if you need more detail on them. Thank you.
Okay, if we go to now considerations. So we've looked at the elements of what was required in the FMP. You've looked at the vetting process that the CRC made. You see their priorities. And now we get to considerations and then potential recommendations. So while, and I think Mr. Boswick, commented on that general idea of what's in phase one, but we still, I don't think, have had the in-depth conversations that we'd like to have programmatically. What departments are we really talking about? And again, I think with our new superintendent, that is really important. What's anticipated in phase two and the estimated costs? I know that we're looking at a total of, okay, it's 60% and puts in the remaining 40%. But when we commit to a phase one, I think it's only fair to have you know, like, okay, are we thinking, what is phase two? What all would that cover? What if we wanted to include X that's going to need remodeling, whatever that might be? Would there be a need for a phase three? Side options, alignment of functions and program efficiencies, I think is super important. And again, which departments would be included in phase one, so that not automatically we're just going to take ESC and move that over there. The EJ new construction, at the time that the board made recommendations or looking at it, we have a lot new data, where we're looking at enrollment projections, declining birth rates, and then of course the wide range in cost estimates, right, from where you started to where we are today. We have program considerations, and then there's wide variability in programming, where I think we would need to work with the instructional side of the house of what's reasonable there. And then, of course, you saw those slides of excess capacity in select K-8s, middle school, even some elementaries, and eco. To go on, there's a tremendous amount of new data has come to light as a result of this new FMP, which the board did not have at the time when the board previously created priorities. And then, of course, additional needs have come to the board, which include but are not limited to requests for indoor soccer, retrofitting of some gyms. This would be for students. Mandela has asked for additional classrooms. This does not necessarily mean that we're making a commitment to say, okay, we're looking at additional classrooms, but really talking to them about what those considerations and what might be reasonable alternatives. And then there were other CRC prioritized capital improvements that we weren't able to address, right, in that limit of 150 million. So as we get to recommendations, we have some for your consideration for tonight. One, that the board approve the 80 million, which the CRC recommended for, remember that, those on the top, right? The priority capital improvement projects, the bond sales and planning and contingency as presented tonight. 2, the board set aside the remaining 35 million for ESC and for EJ to be reviewed and reconsidered using the reimagining framework and schools of innovation application process in order to better identify the following. The long-term plan and vision, I'm sorry I'm reading this to you, but it's pretty specific, right? The long-term plan and vision for ESC, new facility. B, program planning options for EJ and Chaparral to determine reasonable costs and programmatic options. And here's the summary. You approve the 150 million as follows. It's just as I've stated. That language is there for you should you want to use it for your motions. And with that, I believe we are ready to stand for questions. Mr. Romero, is that right?
Yes, we are.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was a very big presentation done very efficiently, and it obviously represents a huge amount of work by a lot of people. So big appreciation to everyone who has been a part of this on the consulting team, the facilities and operations team, and certainly the volunteers on the CRC. Really appreciate that, as well as everybody else who weighed in and worked on this. I would suggest, if we may, we used to do this once upon a time as a board, that we go through the presentation, if it sounds right, sort of together and ask our questions basically according to each slide as we go. So rather than going board member by board member, we start at the beginning and go more like slide by slide. We used to do that a lot. And that way we aren't asking to keep going back to different subjects. And I would say, you know, if somebody brings something up, you know, best practices even in Robert's rules is a sort of on that point question. So if that's agreeable to the board, we'll go ahead and start. And I don't know if anyone wants to go with their first question. I've got one on page 5. Anybody have one before that? On slide 5? You do? No. Okay. Well, this is just, and I think Eric Harrigan misspoke. 150 million. He said 160 that we approved in the resolution earlier tonight. I just want to confirm it's 150. Okay.
Hold on.
All right.
Before I want to just defer to Josh, if I may, Madam Chair.
Yes. He was nodding.
Yeah.
Oh, you were nodding. Okay. All right, good. All right, because I wasn't here for that part.
We'll have to
All right.
note the general counsel nodded
Because
yes.
that's, yes.
It was
Yay.
150 million. Okay. Appreciate understanding the difference between the full FMP, the presentation, and the summary, and all of this ties together. But I do like that slide. All right, I have another one on page 9. Anybody else got one before that? Okay, I'm going to keep going. Slide 9. It's just a question because honestly, I've asked this question for the better part of 8 years. 549.58 acres of land. Is that all the land we own or just the land with facilities we use on it?
John Spitz had gathered that information. Is he available on the phone?
John, you there?
We will get, yeah.
Hold on, how do you put speaker on this thing?
Jean, go ahead. I think Jean has the answer.
It's everything including vacant land.
Including vacant land. Okay, great. Thank you. Just because I have never seen that number before, and we've asked for, and I've seen maps and various different things. I mean, Gabe's been in a lot of those meetings.
Well, to give context to that, Board Member Noble, a section is a square mile, and it's 640 acres. So it's a lot of property that we have across the district, right?
Yes, quite.
And on that
The answer was
point-
it includes vacant land, so it's not just the land with occupied facilities. It includes that ball field on Alta Vista next to BF Young, for example.
And I would think that the staff could probably bring to the board at some point, and maybe they have before, but the vacant land and where the, contiguous pieces and where they are around the district.
We
not
have
just-
seen that
Okay.
in various ways. I have, but I've never seen the total, so I appreciate seeing that. Okay. I guess just a comment on slide 11 as we move quickly along. Those bottom two bullet points, and I know that Board Member Bozé could speak to a lot of the work done at the CRC, but how the long-range vision for capital programming and the planning and decision support school district's educational mission has always been woven in and difficult, and how and I just want to acknowledge that I think it's actually getting more difficult. In a way, things are moving faster, and so how we develop a long-range vision and evolve and all of that this is really difficult, because on some level, ADA requirements that change, that's the easy part. We have to do that, as Jean says. But how we achieve these two bottom bullet points just really is critical and incredibly difficult work.
I think one of the things, if I may, on that point, I was thinking about how ECO was designed with flexible big spaces as programs change, right? Maybe at some point, as you do more they do a lot of project-based learning, but let's just say you go to a more technological kind of perspective we were talking, right? That you might use the space a little bit differently. So I think that is one thing that we've looked at, is trying to build flexible spaces, I believe, to meet the programmatic needs because it's going to continue to evolve and change, right, over time.
And that's been foundational to the reimagining process, obviously, thinking about that. My next one's 17. All right, I'll keep going. First, the micro question, the Eco Master Plan, that $31 million, and this is 2023, 2024. Has that been done, that $31 million? We finished Eco, right?
No, we have, Board Member Noble, no, we did not. If you recall, we reallocated about phase 2, we had to allocate on the last bond, 2021, 11.7 million, and in order to complete other projects, we reallocated that funding. So there is still work to do on the west side of ECO, in the fabrication shops. This takes in, I think this really takes into account everything that they really wanted, and there we would have to look at what's really needed across there. But there still is some need on the west campus over there. They have new classrooms, new administration, but the fabrication shops have a lot of need.
And so that's about $31 million we estimate for that additional work at ECO, and none of that's been done.
That's correct, except to explain that 31 million is for everything they could possibly, that they asked them that they would want. I think we would have to look at that number closely and see if we can find out what the priority needs are.
But it was not prioritized for this cycle, correct?
That's right.
Thank you, appreciate that. But the point of this slide is also in large part to say that the total identified capital improvement projects are well beyond what we would bond for. And so there's a very long list to go to for additional projects.
Yes.
Okay.
I had a comment on page 18.
Yay.
Just around population factors. I attended a housing summit in Albuquerque last month, and they presented statewide these numbers as far as age demographics and where people are coming from and where they're moving to and how that impacts housing. And I thought it was really interesting. One of my big takeaways from that day was that the vast majority of people moving to our states, and especially families, are immigrants. So I just want to note that that has a significant impact on our numbers here.
Okay. I have one next on page 21, which is maybe for our friend on the phone. But it's kind of wild to me that we go from down 157 to up 4.
I know.
So I would love a very brief explanation of where these numbers come from.
Right. We'll have to see if John Spitz is available to be able to talk to that point. Do we have any luck?
John, you there?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Which slide was that again?
21.
What was the question?
21.
21.
The question is how we go, and just sort of a very brief explanation of some methodology, because seeing us go from down 157 in 26-27 to up 4 in 27-28 is jarring to the trend, it seems.
There is probably just like a little bump that was seen there with birth rates that, just picked it up a little bit during that school year.
Okay, so we're looking at birth rate demographics for those numbers primarily.
Right, because it's looking at, what were the birth rates 5 years prior to that number, and looking at, okay, if trends keep going like they are, you might get a little 4-student bump in enrollment.
Okay.
Before you start decreasing again.
Well, we went out March 2020, so you tell me when the end was.
2 years later, I think.
2022. Yep. Yep. COVID baby bump. Yeah. Thank you. Moving on. Not a lot of questions on capacity and.
Can I ask about page 26?
Go ahead, please.
Because it says that in 5 years, we may have as many as 193 excess classrooms with portables. And considering conversations we've had from Mandela and others, are we committed to keeping portables? How does that decision get made about portables and the spending on those versus enlarging the building itself or whatever, so that you can get rid of portables?
Out of the board members, as we go into these projects, we typically have a budget to be able to build the school that was asked for at a certain square footage. As you saw before with E.J. Martinez, as that square footage increased, so did the price tag increase on that. So in some situations, portables are a solution to be able to get that extra classroom square footage. It's not the desired, but in order to stay within the budget and not have to come back and ask for more funding, we really try and do that. The portables you were talking about are fairly new, and they've been purchased by the district about 5 years ago. And for that project, seemed like a good solution to stay within the budget.
And that will continue with, that will continue as we go along. In other words, a portable might be there for another 5 or 10 years on any particular campus. Is that correct? So.
We have, when things were very full, a lot of special programs went into portables.
Yeah.
And so they've kind of just stayed in those portables, like at Capitol. So we have a number of places where we have portables that are supporting programs that have not been found another home.
Right.
And as things continue to, shrink in terms of need, certainly there's an opportunity to get rid of some of those. I don't know that 100%. We've actually trimmed our portable numbers a lot in the last 3 or 4 years. We've reduced that number quite a bit.
Right, I was just fascinated by that, how you can have so many excess classrooms at 171 if you don't include the portables. In other words, we have excess classrooms.
Sure, typical portables,
Around
2
the-
classrooms.
Yeah,
Right, so that represents about 10 or 11 actual portable buildings.
okay,
Right.
thank you.
Thank you, Gene.
Moving along. Any other, I have another one on 35.
Vice President Noble, I just want to note that the transfer information was really relevant to the discussions that were had in the CRC. Folks were pretty interested in how students were moving around in the district and how that impacted school utilization and capacity.
That's great, thank you. You want to go ahead, Dr. Gonzalez?
So many of my schools have a lot of transfers in, but Chaparral and EJ both have more students living in the zone than go to school. So I guess it's they're transferring out, or they're.
Board Member Gonzalez, board members, there's a very painful transfer matrix in the summary that would tell you exactly where each of those students are transferring to. So you could look and see all the transfers out and where those students are going to in other locations.
They're in the reference materials in this presentation, so I don't think it's in there, but
You don't think it's in there?
Is it in there?
Yes,
Oh, okay, is it in the executive summary of the FNP?
it will be on, yes, it'll be there too.
It is in the executive summary?
Yes.
Okay, I think, they won't be able to see it off of the PowerPoint. But I could give you that slide if you'd like to look at it, because we have the full thing.
CRC was that.
It's a hideous looking,
Well, you could probably hand one of those to Gabe and he could flip to it, or Dr. Garcia could if you
we
want to
can give you
see
the
it.
more hideous looking one.
I would like that too, to see where people are going.
Oh, to the schools? Yeah, we have that. But even if you show it, they won't be able to see it, Gabe, on
Right, I
PowerPoint.
was wondering if it was here to tell them where it's at. They have the
They
full
don't
version.
have, do they have the,
They sent them electronically, they sent them.
Right.
you have it electronically, and so, but
I'll find the slide number for you, and
was
it's very
emailed to you.
detailed,
Or maybe even put it up,
and it is
But
slide
well, you can show it. If it-
60.
which we don't
60.
have, but that's all right. It's great that you have a slide 60.
That's what I'm saying, you can't read it from there. And that's why we took the basic material and broke it down into
Same
this,
document.
table.
Does that also tell us why people are coming in?
It doesn't tell you why, it just tells you the numbers.
The numbers, but not the reasoning.
Correct. I'll go through the chair, sorry.
He's got it up there, and, there's the transfer matrix, and maybe you email that to us so that we can digest a little bit more.
Board Member Noble, I think electronically you received this presentation with all the supplemental material.
Great.
And you can
Okay.
load up on your computer screen at home and look real closely at where some students are going in different zones.
So that's why we pulled it down to this table, so that at least you could have the basic info, because that's really almost impossible to digest.
Yeah. So, but in some summary understandings, the living in zone numbers does include kids who go to private schools. And as do probably the transfers out numbers, right? So that's,
Is John Spitz, can you answer that accurately? I want to be sure about that.
district.
Okay, can you start over? I think we,
I got it,
the
I got it.
speaker was not.
The numbers on table 60 are just for students in the district. Once they leave the district, we don't know where they are going because we do not get the numbers from all the private schools, state charters, or schools like that.
Does the, okay, so the living in the zone is also just kids in the district?
Correct.
Okay, that, I was wondering how the heck we'd know that. Okay, so, and I appreciate Board Member Bozet's comment that this was much digested by CRC. I find 35 and 36 absolutely fascinating slides, and sort of to the point of, and here's another layer of long-term vision and even programming. I don't know if anybody, I'll get to a question which towards the end, has analyzed the transfer in and out data over time. But I suspect that would tell us something about, maybe not everything, but something about schools that are doing well. You know, we probably see strong transfer ins to Carlos Gilbert and Wood Gormley for many, many years. We would see that. I'm sort of fascinated by the numbers here in Amy Beal transfers out, partly because we did go through a moment that Dr. Garcia described a while ago where we had so many kids in Amy Beal, and there were a lot of transfers in, and it was seen as a desirable school so completely just a few years ago that we had to basically go after anybody using a fake address in order to get that school to numbers that were serviceable, and it was not fun. Yeah, because the kids who lived there were being, anyway, I sort of wonder over some amount of time, but even, 5 years, because this is, the transfers in and out is some documentation of word of mouth of what's going on at schools.
Some of that information that they could disaggregate for you.
Yeah.
Vice President Noble.
Yeah, go
Just to add to that, and this is still last year's data, not the data that we just saw a few months ago, but thinking about Salazar and how much they've grown their enrollment, where their transfer ins are higher than their transfers out. And that was last year's data versus this year, which we knew it grew even more.
Right.
So speaking to that, things that are being done well at schools, a lot of that is culture, and it would be interesting to see what else it is.
And Madam President, if you look at the, wasn't it a presentation by Salazar from that principal?
Mm-hmm.
All, like you said, all the culture things that she was doing, that they created a lot of excitement and energy at that school.
And some pretty targeted strategies, like let's make sure we get everybody on a tour. So that, because that is something that I've just heard again and again, when people walk into a school, they like it.
Uh-huh.
And when you feel that school, and I was talking to someone who has volunteered, taught, subbed, done lots of things this morning in a lot of our schools, and she just said, there is not a bad school in this district. And I wish people would understand that, because you walk in and you see extraordinary things going on everywhere.
And that's what we tried to accomplish. It was with the Reimagining Middle Schools campaign of getting kids and parents into those schools and walk in the halls. And so I hope we see an increase.
And we
right?
know we've had some strength at Nava, and I think that's reflected in these numbers. I
Right.
wonder, going back 4 years, what the Nava numbers would look like. So anyway, there's something here in how we layer that when there's, a strong culture, a strong program at a school that gets the buzz and the word on the street out there, that gets people in. It's kind of interesting to see this is where it would be reflected.
Nobody lives there anymore.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Anything else on this? Moving on. I got a question on 38 as we start getting into the numbers of the CRC recommendations. And maybe this is even for Board Member Bozet, though I'm certain Mr. Romero knows the answer too. We talk about outdoor play spaces, redevelopment of playgrounds and equipment. And I wonder, At some point, I can't index in my brain in the timeline, but we talked about outdoor learning spaces. It was sort of post-COVID and outdoor classrooms.
Eating spaces.
Yeah, where are we on those projects? Were any of those considered? How was that sort of wrestled with and yeah?
Vice President Noble, I can go first, and then I'm sure that Mr. Romero will have something to add. There are outdoor learning spaces that have been under design and build over the last 12 months, 18 months.
We are getting to the point this summer where we are building some at Capitol High School in El Dorado. It was a long time developing and moving along. Some schools, it just wouldn't work, and we had to move on to other schools. But we do have two. Excuse me?
Wasn't Gonzalez one? I thought so. Gonzalez was one that they added some outdoor learning.
But there's also, I think that those have been primarily funded. Maybe what's currently being built was GO bond money from the last time, but I know that the state has also allocated some outdoor learning space money as well. So if we, I think it's.
May I also?
Yes.
A lot of that, like outdoor spaces and classrooms, we used a lot of ESSER funds where principals were purchasing equipment to try and create and like design their own learning spaces during that time too.
Madam, I'd like to put in a plug also to, as you look at your lobbying efforts for next year, that's not like a real high ticket number, but with your legislature to get some capital outlay for some of their communities that might want to build some outdoor learning spaces.
So as a follow-up question, I guess, it's sort of one of these things. Have we thought deeply at most of our schools about outdoor learning spaces?
With the with the funding allocated, we used 5 sites as pilot projects. Each one of them are different. Depends on the space itself. Capitol High School is going to be kind of one of the more expensive. I think Jean could tell us the price on that, but it's inside inside the school in one of their plaza areas where they have a garden and some other stuff going on there. So it took a while to design and make sure that what we put there that they will use, because if it's not customized to what the school will use, unfortunately it might sit abandoned. So that's what we've done at each site for 5 of them. The only one that it didn't work out was Sequia Madre. So we're moving forward with the other 4. And other sites do have shade structures and outdoor seating that they can use for that, but it's not as well developed.
And I will add to that, many of our principals do enjoy their outdoor spaces. And then if we could have additional funding eventually to kind of do bigger planning and projects. We just completed, and I think it was last year, Early Childhood created and designed a really beautiful outdoor space for kids. And I think some of you have maybe gone by to see it, but maybe with continued conversations with you guys and work with facilities and maintenance, we can phase in so that there's proper planning for those schools. Salazar has a beautiful outdoor space.
Vice President Noble, I think that could be an interesting kind of direction to give to the CRC if, when we do that kind of at the beginning of the term, if we want to put that on a list of potential projects. I wouldn't want to speak for what staff has done that we might not know about, but I think, if we're thinking about that as a broader picture, it would be interesting to gather some of that information and have the committee look over it and bring some recommendations.
Madam Chair, on that point, not to belabor it, but just to generalize, is part of, if we look prospectively at some of the reimagining work with the recommendations made, is to include, and you talked about that, I think, when you were first on the board, that we talked about numbers and facilities, but we forgot about the people and the programming. And it's not that it was forgotten.
No.
It wasn't. But can we work closer with program people, right? And as we work with the administration, as we think about the ESC, or the dollars that we're looking at of how to better integrate programming and innovation of what we can do by talking to the practitioners and the people really in those buildings and about the programs and ideas that they have, gives us an opportunity, I think, as we look at reimagination and the whole reimagining process and schools of innovation process, to be creative and then to maximize the use of the dollars. And I think, prospectively, as you look at the CRC moving forward, there probably needs to be more program people at the seat of the, have a seat at the table. And that was real evident when we had a couple of teachers, remember, that were on there. Maybe you still do, but I know, like, around sustainability, having that voice there brought some intentionality to that work, at least when Lisa Randall was on the CRC, for example.
Yeah, I'm sure.
A question on this playground use, because this $3 million up here, I think most of that is going to both Salazar and Nava. And they're in my district, so I'm familiar with those playground spaces. Is there any reason why in the redevelopment of that area, we couldn't also incorporate learning spaces as well as part of that? In other words, it's playground and equipment, but is that possible? Could we adapt that somehow?
I think the intention of the redevelopment of playground and playground equipment, the equipment gets dated very quickly.
Right.
And it's really out of sync with what our inspectors tell us. So it does cost quite a bit. Like one of those play structures with 3 or 4 swings and different climbing structures on it can be $50,000. So when you do an entire playground to update it, it gets really expensive. So that's what was the intent for it. There's no reason, though, that we can't look at ways to leverage. I think the last general obligation bond has a little more than we were able to use during that time period. It's still remaining there for the outdoor outdoor learning spaces. So we could look at leveraging some of that was allocated to that, to more play spaces. But it's been a long road. Gene Bostwick's been working on it for a long time, and designing those is not quick and easy for the more expensive ones that are going to be in the hundreds of thousands of dollars for an outdoor learning space.
Well, I know in one of those areas at Salazar, it's a blacktop. It's a huge blacktop, which nobody's using for anything.
Mm-hmm.
And I talked with the principal and others there a while ago about getting rid of that and putting in playground space. But that's where I was also thinking, well, maybe that's learning space as well, possibly. Because there's no equipment on there to be replaced,
Right.
for instance, and they don't want it. Okay, thanks, I appreciate it.
Definitely could be something
It's
we
too
could
much
look at.
detail maybe, but, and it's District 5.
And Board Member Heffron, I just wanted to note that the numbers that are on page 38
Yep,
are not inclusive of the numbers that are on page 41.
okay,
So those 2 schools, for example, that you pointed out, is not part of that $3 million. That's separate.
it's separate
Yeah.
though. Okay, good.
Well, and it's something that Dr. Garcia's touched upon some of the points. I mean, in reimagining, it came up. It's been at the legislature. There was the outdoor learning bill, and I sat through one of the hearings on that, and it felt like, duh, kids need to go outside. But the state legislature has been supporting that and allocating, as you said, relatively small amounts. And I appreciate what Deputy Superintendent Romero brought up with NIE, and that's the data I know better, is in early childhood, misbehavior, or as we try to say, behavior that challenges adults, rather than misbehavior or other judgmental language like that, it plummets outdoors, and it's extraordinary. And many of these things in early childhood do extend into certainly elementary, but even, we're the same humans, even as the little kids, it turns out, and people are less inclined to misbehave behave outdoors because they can look at the sky, they can feel the breeze, they can, smell whatever is wafting by,
run
pleasant or
around.
not, they can run around.
Which is also why gardens are great at some of our schools, where they're growing their own vegetables.
Well, and I'm not sure gardens should be separated, or landscaping, even from outdoor learning spaces. I mean, the simplest outdoor learning space is probably, and Mr. Romero referred to it as, there's seating and there's shade structures. But if we integrate that with a little more of the natural world, like landscaping and that sort of thing, and anyway, I do feel strongly we have a great climate, and a lot of the year we can use outdoor learning spaces. And as we've seen behavioral issues also go up, maybe, again, some of this. So I think what Board Member Bozé mentioned is probably the path. If there's some direction here, that's certainly an option for us to consider.
And may I add, if it's okay, maybe we work so closely with our principals, we can have these conversations about their current outdoor spaces and how does it fit with the type of programming and what could we incorporate, but I don't want to make any promises that it's going to happen like next summer or, and we could just say we can start talking about it and then working with facilities and maintenance and see what we can do and make possible.
And as you look at that, and if you have, there's some schools that are ready to go, then as we look at working with our legislature on capital improvement projects for the district, I think some of those might be very, very doable. Like, we're not talking huge high-ticket items.
Right.
And I also see the counterbalance as you're all working on screen time,
Yeah.
right?
Precisely.
Anti-screen.
Well, and Vice President Noble, the CRC does have a much higher number of parents of younger children now than it did when I first started 5 years ago. And we had very similar discussions to that about, and that's part of why outdoor play spaces were prioritized. Kids need to be outside, they'll learn better if they've moved their bodies. Like, let's keep that in mind, that it's not everything happening inside the building, but what happens outside the building as well.
Yeah. And one aside for Dr. Griffin, we have a policy that you can't take away recess. And every so often people forget it and it comes back. And, anyway, it's very clear, it's there. Kids need recess and outdoor time. Okay, anything else on this slide or the next one? One comment on the microgrid at the transportation yard. I just wonder if in part of that engineering you might connect it to another place, i.e. if we needed to power a building or something, if we're getting a whole battery wall, and I know we're thinking about buses as mobile generators and that sort of thing, and the more we can think about, particularly when some of these really important items are done, if we can think about more than one use, because we don't know. All right, continuing on. Brief one on 41 for me. What the heck is the Edward Ortiz structural study?
Board Member Noble, when they were conducting their CIPs, they noticed that there was some cracking in one of the walls, and they were concerned that over the years there might be some settling that needs to be studied earlier. I think there's a picture of it in the, possibly in the summary, but more likely in the supplemental material. Each school has a breakdown of what their capital improvement projects were. So if you look in the supplemental material, you'll probably see a picture of that and an explanation.
And Vice President Noble, I just want to assure you and the board that that was definitely deeply discussed in the CRC. Like, if we're worried about the structure of a building, why are we recommending spending money on it in the future? Why would we not do that right now? And staff assured us that the building is structurally sound. It just needs evaluation to see where it needs to be shored up.
Yeah. And
Safety first.
Safety first, thank you, I appreciate that. And as a comment, it may be past the use-by date, and you may do this, but it happened with the city's underground parking garage, and it was covered by the architectural insurance and whoever built it. Some of these things, if it starts to get weird within a certain amount of time, other people pay for it.
Good point.
Okay, now we get into some of the meaty stuff. And I appreciate Mr. Bostwick's comments about all the administrative areas across the district. I wrote them down: B.F. Young, Carlos Ray Zia, and a few that were mentioned there, because that was one of my questions. Ultimately, I guess just as a comment here, I think this is really important, and for a number of reasons. And again, we worked on it when I was with the city, and there are many institutional considerations, including, importantly, not in an order of importance, but a few things. One is culture, right? When you've got HR here or not here, that's hard. People work better together, and it integrates the district, and we have so many schools that I think it's a really good idea for the district teams to be together. And culturally and functionally, there is almost a priceless aspect to that efficiency, culture, interaction. You know, there's been a lot of study about that sort of thing with walkability in cities, but the same thing is true, I believe, in organizations. So I really love that we're thinking about this, because I think it would be incredibly good for the district in terms of how people work together in minimizing miscommunication, confusion, you know, just making things much more efficient. It's also worth thinking about it as a sustainability project, because anytime somebody needs to drive across town for a meeting, blah, 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 I know we've gotten a little better with Zoom and electronic paperwork and that sort of thing, but I promise you, there are people zipping across different admin buildings all the time, and that's emissions in cars, but it's also staff time, and that efficiency that, you know, walking up or downstairs, having a face-to-face conversation. Again, there's almost a priceless aspect to what could happen, and so thinking more deeply about those benefits and understanding them and being able to articulate them, I think they're there. I think this is, not to mention the customer service that we could offer, and maybe this is most important of all, to the families who often don't understand and need help and need somebody who speaks Spanish or whatever it is. To do that across many different admin sites is crazy town. To do it at one place, and we'd have to think very carefully about where that would be, and you know, not only the site size would have to be considered a property that's appropriate, but I think locations, public transportation, arterials, you know, keeping in mind the reality of our families. But I think we could deliver much better support to families with this. I think we could be more sustainable and green, and I think it would be really good for the organization. So it excites me to see this. I hope we can, honestly, I hope we can work on this quickly. And think about it, because I think we owe it to, and then there may need to be, that we owe it to our community, and then there may need to be other, you know, ancillary things that happen. For example, Chromebook handouts at Capitol High, or a central south side school, because we do even hear that getting to Carlos Ray sometimes is a burden for families if they have a broken Chromebook or that sort of thing. And so, you know, again, thinking about how we better serve families, I think, both with a consolidated administration operation and then, you know, whatever that direct interface is, and those key points when folks are getting their Chromebooks or whatever it is, could be really important. And again, that communication, that feeling, we know that engagement is a huge factor in student outcomes, and if people feel comfortable with their district and in advocating for their district, for their students' needs with the district, they will be more engaged in their school sites. Again, there's kind of a priceless aspect to some of this. And truly, we at Growing Up New Mexico, my day job, we have a program that works a lot to help in holistic ways to help families that is wonderfully grant funded. They estimate 60% of what they do is coach families on advocating around schools. And that is often even school-age kids, even though we serve early childhood 0 through 5, because a family often has an older child, and in order to serve them, we just need a younger child in the household. But it is amazing how much of a demand that is, and that's just one little narrow world view, serving families, but we do a huge amount of work to help families, particularly immigrant and Spanish-speaking families, advocate for their children in schools. And it is wild how much a difference that can make as people feel more comfortable asking for what they need or asking for what they don't understand.
Anecdotally on that topic, I received an email a few months ago from a parent who's had children in the district for a long, long time. I didn't know that we had to go to Carlos Ray to get Chromebooks. My husband went to the wrong address, and it was what was posted here, and it was in like a teacher's newsletter. That was just a misunderstanding, but because there's so many different opportunities to put the wrong address or copy and paste it wrong, like it just would be great to have things centralized, and then, as you said, to think about satellite distribution for other necessary things that might need to happen.
And on this one, obviously, phase 2, and I think in the recommendations, we saw a mention of a phase 3. I'd love us to scope this, as I think we often do, in the best and most complete way possible. And I appreciate that it's difficult to predict other market conditions, but ultimately, you know, this is one that to do it halfway is probably not 50% good. You know, it's like to do it halfway would be 25% good, and in terms of some of those things. So as we think about that and whatever we need to do to understand it, scope it, and frankly make some courageous things happen.
I'd like to ask if it's possible, this new educational center, which I think is a fantastic idea, by the way. Have you done some shopping already? Do you know where are you buying a new building? Are you renovating existing structures? I mean, where did you get 35 million, for instance?
Well, this is a projection for new construction, for a new ESC.
A brand new building
A
then.
new
Okay.
educational services center, which is
Okay.
this building. But as I was thinking about it and talking to staff, and thinking long-term, we need to look at it holistically, right? Is the transportation department always going to be where it's at? Is food services always going to be where it's at? Is IT going to always be in a separate building? What should be in the new ESC first? Is it focused on services to the community, or is it focused on culture and integration of the people that work together? And so all of those options have to really be thought through so that you know when you approve a phase 1 that maybe it is just a phase 2, or it will there longitudinally, the long-term vision is we're going to need to remodel the transportation department, right? I don't know, but I felt like there were too many unanswered questions here that would make sense to be addressed. And, you know, and I was thinking when I was in your shoes, Dr. Griffin, and back when Linda Sink, those of you that worked with her, I used to just really feel bad that I wanted to talk to her more often, and she was at BF Young, and she needed to be with her staff, and I got that, but I needed to talk to her all the time too, right? And so there's these issues that we really need to think about are, you know, what's the core work, and what's the main function, and so on and so forth.
And the sequencing of those priorities.
Exactly.
Well, and I just wanted to pick up on that topic of doing doing things really well through serving on the CRC and seeing the way that the facilities, they never do anything 25%. Like, it is done really, really well, and this is just a big and important project. So doing it thoughtfully, I think, is really important. Thanks.
Okay, 43. Moving swiftly along. I appreciate the detail of some of these costs around EJ, but I guess as a comment, the escalation is pretty significant and really hard to stomach.
Yes. Vice President Noble?
Yeah.
I'll take that opportunity to mention that because I sit on the CRC, I saw the numbers that were given to us last spring, and then I saw the numbers that the CRC was given, and they were drastically different and quite alarming. And there were several members of the committee that, despite voting to support these priorities, voiced reservations around the cost of this project. So I just want, I invited them to come tonight to speak. It's summertime and they're traveling, but I promised that I would speak for them and share their reservations around that price tag that we're looking at on page 48.
Thank you. Appreciate
If
that.
I can add just a little bit to that. So if you look at slide 47, and you see on the bottom by the total cost of 6.2 million, there's a total of 16.2, excuse me. The total of classrooms is 13. And what happened, I think the biggest thing that happened over the time frame was the increase in square footage, because you look at the total of classrooms that escalated is now 22. So that was a big driving factor in that, not including the landscaping. But that's something we're working with curriculum on to see if that's really necessary. So that could become a smaller ticket item, but that's something that we'll just, as
We have to look at
forward.
program, we have to look at where they are in their facilities. I mean, we're looking at that whole thing.
And the square footage went up more than 50%, or close to 50%, but the cost went up a decent amount more than 50%.
Significantly, right. And in program, I mean, there's just so many different questions. That's one piece of it. But even if it stayed, let's just pretend that you were at 16 million. There's still so many other factors that we have talked about in terms of where people are, where the birth rates are, the capacity, et cetera, et cetera. So it's a combination of factors, not just fitting them into a $16 million box.
Yeah. Well, and then, I don't know if my next thing was on 53, the sort of considerations.
Vice
Go
President
ahead,
Noble,
yeah.
could I also ask, and to that point exactly, I wasn't around on the board when you agreed to redo the school, rebuild the school essentially, and put the two schools together temporarily. And now looking at the enrollment numbers and projections, is it possible this is going to reoccur? I mean, has that come up in conversation already that I wasn't part of?
I'm not sure what you're asking is what going to reoccur?
Closing schools.
Oh, I mean,
or combining two schools into maybe one.
Well, I think that's why we have that realignment policy. I think that the idea, if we were to have to do that there was a systematic way of doing it so that you start peeling off some of the earlier grades. But in the situation that we had with EJ at the time, that was a health and safety issue in terms of the roofing and whatnot, and that they could stay there for that year. But yes, that was the whole point of creating that policy at the time that we did, because we were aware of the declining enrollment. But we also wanted to have a policy that was sensitive to our communities and didn't just pull the rug out from under people unless, right, that we would have planning and there was a phase-in to do that. Obviously, if you have conditions that aren't safe for families, then we do have to move more quickly. And that was the case with EJ.
Well, and I just want to mention also, I don't know if it was at the Public School Capital Outlay Committee meeting last week or LESC a few weeks ago, but they're talking about this statewide declining enrollment and what the impacts are to funding. I mean, really, and the nuance involved in that situation that.
And it's nationally.
Right,
Yeah,
but that
national
20
issue.
less kids in a school doesn't necessarily mean that, you know, you need half as many teachers, you know, like there's acknowledgement that it's a tricky thing, but that it's a long-term issue that needs to be thought about in a careful way.
Well, and hence, and there's a lot to it, and what we voted to was, you know, and it says it on the slides there, options for inclusion in the project priorities, right? There wasn't a hard and fast decision. It was sort of a direction to the CRC and the options around the roof to the building. I mean, you know, obviously we see it there, and it's about what I remember. It was like there's sort of $2 to $4 million difference between repairs and rebuild and right sizing, and then you get a greener school, you get healthier indoor, you get lots of things. But ultimately, what, you know, slide 53 says is there's a tremendous amount of data that has come to light and new circumstances. We've seen a lot of this evolve. As Dr. Garcia said, you know, we've worked very hard on having an approach that doesn't yank the rug out from under communities, that works on putting programming and the needs of students and the new information, the new data, the changing trends that we see of how kids learn and what they need. You know, we've been working very hard, and reimagining was and has been a whole giant evolution to try and do this differently and to think about this incredibly intentionally while centering kids and how they learn and what they need and communities. And there's a lot of different factors, which may even, again, it's sort of my fascination, and clearly the CRCs with the transfer in data, but at one point, we had a whole thing about EJ being a school for hospital and healthcare employees, because it's right there. And we actually passed a policy, which a former board member then promptly reversed because of one instance. I think that was when I learned from Dr. Garcia, maybe you shouldn't make policy by exception. But anyway, we've been through a lot of iterations of this, and you know, and then the pandemic, and we sort of are where we are now. So, you know, I guess in moving to, I appreciate on slide 53. I appreciate all the considerations and then the recommendations that bring in the new data, the shifting sands that we've seen, even as we look at the data that is at least a year old. And then these things that we have heard about, you know, requests for retrofitting for indoor soccer. We've talked a lot about this. Again, just culturally, what is, as Board Member Bose said earlier, I think it's like, what is the cost of doing the right thing? And then what is the benefit? We've heard a lot about, you know, again, sort of communities feeling more comfortable in their school and being able to engage and have that indoor soccer be a sort of engagement leader, if you will, a way to get folks into the school and engaged in the thing. And if we have families more engaged, we know our outcomes will be better. So, you know, there's a lot that we'd like to think of, I think should think about. And again, this long list of CRC prioritized things, I don't know if we're at that point of talking about, you know, what we want to do. But I would say I really appreciate the recommendations and think that they're very good, and, you know, would love to hear from other board members about where we want to go, but I'm inclined to adopt this with some of these recommendations.
Vice President Noble, I just want to, Board Member Heffron brought up a really good point that she doesn't have the full framing for the discussion that happened, and I want to make sure that it's sufficiently clear for her that what happened in March of 2024 is that the point at which the facility master plan was that the board knew the work was going to shift over to the CRC in the fall, and so the board had to kind of say, prioritize these projects. And that's what that was. Leave some money aside, and now we're revisiting it. So that's,
I got it.
that was the plan
I
that
didn't know
was
that. Thank
discussed on page 46.
And Madam Chair?
Yes.
Or Vice President, by your chair of the group, thank you. I have a leg cramp, so that's why I have all this water, because I have a leg cramp.
What's your new title? Madam Consultant.
Oh, my
Go
God.
ahead.
Anyway, what I wanted to say is that if you look at the policies, we have policy 534, the realignment, and that policy was utilized in making the decision about EJ, because you could move a school if there was if there was a health and safety issue. If it's a declining enrollment issue and we don't have a huge fiscal crisis or a health and safety crisis, then there was a phase out where you start not taking kids, right? You stop with kindergarten and the first grade, and as the kids matriculate out, the school automatically closes. But 534, and they're in the supplemental materials towards the end, all of these three policies informed a lot of that decision-making. And you weren't here for that background, but that'll help if you can look at those slides. Thank you very much. You're welcome.
Vice President Noble, are you leaning towards one recommendation over the other?
I'm into the recommendations on page 56.
Okay.
I think that, you know, basically we should go ahead and approve $150 million of the CRC recommendations as follows, with, you know, that last part being an adjustment of $35 million to innovate the Schools of Innovation process, to upgrade programming and facilities, which, you know, would include looking at some of this. And I think the Schools of Innovation process, there's a lot that can go under there, but, you know, looking at and figuring out what we need to do for the Chaparral and EJ communities is a piece of it, but I think that there's another piece, and that Schools of Innovation resolution, which is fairly profound, and I have the benefit of having talked about it a lot with Dr. Garcia, could really create a little bit of a meritocracy for how this works and how we sort of elevate innovative ideas through this capital work, you know, so that we can ultimately ask our communities, and including really crucially our Santa Fe Public Schools site-based communities, what they need to do this really well. How does this look like? How does this look? What does the School of Innovation process? And get a little bit of a sort of, for lack of a better word, competition going for innovative ideas as to how schools go forward. So I'm sort of excited about that. I think, you know, as we'll see in one of our action items tonight, we often reallocate contingency as projects change throughout bonds. So this other piece of considering additional needs, which I think we've heard about Mandela and some of the purpose-built spaces, and whether they truly need more classrooms or a theater or that sort of thing. The indoor soccer. I would put outdoor learning spaces in there as well. And I think, we have new leadership, at least for the moment, in the operations department. Well, not for the moment, for the foreseeable future, forever, because the deputy superintendent did resign, and we have a new superintendent. And I think, really working very intentionally on the Schools of Innovation process, on and the whatever HQ, I'm going to call it, rather than ESC, but some sort of administrative headquarters. And then considering some of these maybe smaller ticket items, like the needs we've heard from Mandela, like indoor soccer, maybe like outdoor learning spaces. And we could, give some direction to the CRC on some of that work. And I think, Board Member Bose, you'd be really important in thinking up through and helping with, as would Mr. Romero and certainly Dr. Weaver and Dr. Griffin as well. And always Jean, always, who knows all the things. But to think about, what is meaty work to be done by the CRC, how we integrate programming, curriculum and instruction, the site-based things, and really, breathe life into this Schools of Innovation process and idea that I know Dr. Garcia has thought a great deal about, that has been informed by reimagining, and and we know that there are plenty of needs, so that we can continue to move down the list of our capital improvement project needs always, because there's more than 300 million of needs identified there. But again, the complexity of how I think we're getting better at this, but how we weave all this together, how reimagining does what it was intended to do, which is be a sort of foundational thinking about evolving education to be more relevant and effective. So yeah, I think I've reached the end of my general thoughts.
I'm waiting for another.
Please,
just
go.
in case. I just want to echo really strong support for looking into indoor soccer retrofitting. I feel really passionate and strongly about that. And then I think I sort of want to summarize and amplify what I think I heard you say, which is that we've historically used GO bond money to grow schools. And we have made some tweaks over the last few years to, in our committees of the board, framework for how to try to center students in all of that work. And so moving forward, how to use those GO bond funds to grow programming, not just the buildings that they're in, but opportunities for students, because that's really what it's all about.
And it's so exciting to see the evolution when we look at the last GO bond and where we were. And just, it's exciting, right? Because it brings it all together, I think, in a very meaningful way.
Vice principal, board member, vice president,
Whatever. Doesn't matter. You can call me
Sorry,
Kate.
I would also love to support, as Sarah has said, the request for indoor soccer to be considered as well. As you know, I'm a firm believer of Mandela's classrooms, taking a further look at how that might be improved somehow. I'd also like to just remind us that we've talked before in the past about creating a STEAM school or a STEM school with our elementary kids, as we know that Dr. Weaver is also been very good at introducing AI into our world, and that includes the STEM, STEAM world as well. So I would like to say that that, to me, also has a certain priority for consideration, obviously.
Well, I think that very much ties into the innovation schools.
Exactly.
You know, how does that process look, and
Exactly.
what are the options?
And so what, I see as we look at that as we continue to build this out, you create frameworks, right? So that, so we have the policies, and then we create the frameworks for implementation. So that then all of these different things can be looked at in a systematic way and systemically. So that it's not like, well, I have this great idea for X, but that there's a way that we do it in a way that makes sense and is cohesive and aligned and not necessarily duplicative. And also, I think, creates more school choice for families, because that's the other thing, right? People are attracted to charters and private schools because they offer alternatives. And I think that's why Mandela is so popular, or people, gravitate to special programming, and for a variety of reasons. And so all of it kind of comes together in a neat little package. And so the next body of work would be to really build out that framework and have a lot of conversations, right? I think that's going to be central to this, is really talking to people, whether we're talking to people at the district level or out in some of the schools that are impacted by this, but having sort of a roadmap to how we're approaching the work. It's not something that we're just, I wouldn't recommend anyway, that we would just kind of willy-nilly, we're going to start pulling all these pieces together.
Go ahead, Dr. Gonzalez.
I'm forgetting what I was going to ask, but I had about 3 hours sleep the night before traveling, and I'm really tired.
You look incredible.
Thank you. I really did forget what I was going to say.
That's fine.
You can chime in when you remember. We'll be here.
Or, we can get to the point of, if we're sort of ready to make a motion, I can try, or.
Yep.
Or,
Do it.
do you want to go, Board Member Bose?
I would like to make a motion that the board approves the $150 million CRC recommendations as follows. The board approves $80 million for priority capital improvement projects, bond sales and planning, and contingency. The board approves $35 million to implement Schools of Innovation process to upgrade programming and facilities and consider additional needs, and $35 million for ESC upon a presentation of an acceptable plan.
I second.
All right. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion or comments? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or otherwise? Okay. Thank you all so much. That was a big piece of work.
Thank you.
And there's more to come.
But before we finish on that, I just want to give a special shout out to the CRC and to the staff that works with the CRC. We mentioned Tarina at the beginning. She takes the best minutes, like phenomenal. It's entertaining to read. She does such a good job. And, the new committee members have really caught on quickly. They're asking really great questions. Our discussions have been wonderful, and they put in a lot of time and effort, and I just really appreciate them all so much.
Hallelujah.
Well, thank you all very much. We appreciate it. And just congratulations to the staff. They've been amazing, and all of you are terrific.
Thank you for working with us every meeting, Board Member Bose and Abeta. It's not present. Great work. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I'm gonna hobble out of here, so don't worry.
No, you're not. That's your staying.
You'll be done 2-3 hours.
No, we're gonna move on our agenda, so everybody take a deep breath and
I want to ask
hopefully,
one question.
should we Yeah, let's take a 5-minute break, recess, bio break.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like probably flavored water, you know? No, she's a very good worker.
I know, I'm texting too. Oh, really? Why not? I was trying to feel like that, you sitting there for that long. Yeah, that's crazy. Nobody was gonna do that for us up to now. We are not? Yeah, no, we're not off. They had only told. But that's crazy, it's a federal holiday. You all should be off. I know. I don't know why. Like now in the summer, it's like 4th of July and Juneteenth. Those are like the two in the summer and that's it. Well, Memorial Day, I guess, if you wanna count that.
Good job, thank you.
Yeah, I know. Were you taking notes? Oh, man. Fastest keyboard in the West after all that.
They're just highlights.
Oh, but still, that was a lot. Well, cause like I was saying, I'm on that committee, so, yeah, no, it's a lot. Like even being on that committee is just like a lot, just to like learn everything and pick everything in. Okay, so let's see this. Let's see how fast. Jeff. Now that we're new best friends. 2 minutes.
Thank you. I was trying. Some friends Did you? So I was born on my mom's birthday. My grandmother had the same birthday. My daughter was due today, but she wasn't born till the 21st. But it would have been 4 generations in a row.
Yeah, no, that's. Oh, I was thinking, oh my God, I'll have to come by and say
I came to
hello.
pick up my trash, but somebody already got it.
Gabe got it.
Oh, that was sweet of him.
Yes.
I was gonna make her. I was gonna tell her. That was good.
Okay, well, good, I'm glad I clarified that.
Yes, I'm glad that you come. Okay.
Have a good night.
Thank you, happy birthday, yes. You guys are a good while, but I will.
Sounds good. Have a good night. Drive safe.
I want to shoot for that.
I'm with you on that one.
That would be good.
Bye, good night.
Sorry that my message came back to you.
No, that's great. It's good to know that stuff is
Okay, we're going to go ahead and come back from our brief recess and move on to Roman numeral 9 on our agenda, our action items. We will start with item A, our consent agenda. I would ask that we consider items 1 through 7 so that I'm pretty sure I was not here on May 19th, so I'm going to recuse myself from those minutes. So if we could vote on that separately.
I move approval of the consent calendar, consent agenda from 1 to 7.
Thank you, Dr. Gonzalez. I'll second. Any further discussion? All those in favor of approving the consent agenda items 1 through 7, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or otherwise? Okay, we've approved that. Now for item number 8, the minutes from the May 19th regular board meeting.
I'll move approval of the May 19th, 2025 regular board meeting minutes.
I second.
Thank you very much. There's a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And I will abstain from that vote. But the minutes have been approved. Moving on to action item B, fees to processors of USDA donated foods for the 2025-2026 school year. Dr. Griffin.
Thank you, Vice President Noble. We do have a change to this action item. There was a misprint on the cover page, and the corrected amount should read $183,142 with 5 cents. And we have Executive Director of Operations, Mr. Gabe Romero, to present.
Thank you. As you look at the cover page, you see an amount on there that the USDA will provide for processing these foods. So basically, they deliver large quantities of food that need to be processed, like a lot of chickens, into processed into whatever, so that they can use them in the student nutrition department. Anyway, that amount changed from 2,800, or I have it right here, excuse me. $100,000 less than that. The 2 is just a misprint. It should be 100,000 and 285. I can't see. Huh?
183,000.
Yes, that would be, yeah, that'd be correct.
Okay, thank you. Noted that it's $183,142.05. I'll go ahead and move approval of the fees to processors of USDA donated foods for 2025-2026 school year.
I'll second.
I do have a question.
Okay, go ahead.
It says reimbursement provided for next school year. Do we have confidence in that money coming through? Do we know yet? Do we have any reason to think it won't?
I guess your last statement is most correct, that we don't have
Okay.
any reason to believe that it won't.
Okay, cool beans.
Any further discussion? All those we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or otherwise? Okay, the motion carries. Item C, reallocation of 2021 GO bond funds for demolition of the old Santa Fe High School Activity Center and expansion of parking. Dr. Griffin.
Vice President Noble again. This is Executive Director of Operations, Mr. Gabe Romero.
Hello. Okay. Tired of hearing from me this evening, but there are a few
Never.
items that need some attention, or we need some help with. The Citizens Review Committee at their last meeting, I'm just trying to find the date, but at their last CRC meeting, recommended that we reallocate $880,000 to the Santa Fe High School Activity Center. There's a presentation available for you if you'd like to look at that. But the reallocation was to demolish the Student Services building, which is now no longer serviceable. It's past its useful lifespan. It needs a lot of work. The ROTC program was in there and a couple other programs. They have been relocated to a newly renovated old commons on the Santa Fe High School property. So it's a beautiful renovation there. They have what they need and they're very happy with it, which leaves us with an extra building, but we also need parking for Santa Fe High School. They did lose some parking when we built the tennis courts, if you recall. And that would be a perfect opportunity to expand that parking lot and also consolidate the school. The goal has been for a long time with the renovations is to try and move away from the open campus with buildings in all different areas of the campus and consolidate that. And this would help much with that and be an improvement on the security for the school. So that was a recommendation from the CRC, and we would like your support.
Vice President Noble?
Go ahead.
I could have sworn that we did this already, but I don't suppose there's any harm in doing this again. Like, I remember making the motion.
Really?
In May. Uh-huh.
Okay.
Yep. But I don't suppose it hurts to do it again.
You may be right, and it certainly doesn't hurt to do it again.
So, I would like to move that we reallocate $880,000 from the 2021 GO bond contingency to fund the demolition of the Santa Fe High's Activity Center and construction of additional parking.
I second.
Thank you. I have just one question. What we see at the end here, it leaves almost $1.4 million in the contingency line for, okay.
Yeah.
And we have a long list of projects that by the time we get to the end of this, we will have reallocated that 1.4.
Yes, or as Mr. Romero stated earlier, it might be left to distribute to some of these other priorities that we're talking about.
Great. Because that at this point, I think does still look reasonably healthy.
It's a pretty good number to have used up the money to that small number.
Yeah.
And I like that they're going to improve sports parking. Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or otherwise? Thank you very much. It's either been done or done again. Item D on our action items, Individuals with Disabilities Education Act Part B grant application, the IDEA-B grant. Dr. Griffin.
Vice President Noble, board members, presenting will be Deputy Superintendent Vanessa Romero.
Thank you, Vice President Noble, members of the board, Superintendent Griffin.
Yeah, because it's for the thousands.
We ask you guys for your approval of the application. It is for $3.2 million. This goes to pay for program support specialists, some therapists, our extended school year, our summer school program for our special needs students, and child find services. You'll also see within the application because Santa Fe is the LEA for charters and privates, some of that proportional share goes to ATC and some of the private schools, but it's typically for funding salaries and programs.
Thank
So
you.
there's going to be funding from the federal government?
Yes, I'm right, we're hoping, yeah. It's down about 300,000 this year. And that's typically about 3 FTEs, but that's not a big impact on our budget and serving students.
I'll go ahead and move approval of our IDEA Part B application.
I'll second.
Any other discussion, questions? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, we have approved that one. Moving on to item E, Resolution 2025-2026, Open Meeting Act and Board of Education meeting calendar. Here it is. Dr. Griffin.
Vice President Noble, board members, General Counsel Josh Sanada.
Vice President Noble, board members, it's that time of the year when you pass a resolution for the Open Meetings Act, which is required by the Act. And there weren't any changes to the Open Meeting Act resolution, as there aren't any really, there isn't a need to make any changes. And along with this item is the meeting calendar, which was developed in conformity with Board Policy 105 in terms of the meeting dates, and we'd ask that the board approves both of these items.
Thank you very much. Any questions?
Vice President Noble, I just have a quick comment for anyone who might be interested. I think I saw that the State Attorney General is holding some trainings for the Open Meetings Act. If anyone wants a refresher, they're online, so check it out. Otherwise, I would like to move approval of Resolution 2025-2026-1, Open Meetings Act and Board of Education meeting calendar.
I second. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or otherwise? All right. Thank you very much. Moving on to item F, the 2025-2026 school year Board of Education Committee representatives. And I can take this one, unless you have anything you want to add. So ultimately, Alma did email us and we have included our list. I don't know if anyone has anyone to put forward tonight or renominate. Our practice has been that we sort of keep this on an agenda until we fill all our slots, because it sometimes takes us a minute, and frankly, this one caught me by surprise this year. Like, oh, wow, it's that time.
I have one person, and according to the report, she'd only attended 2 meetings, so I need to reappoint somebody different. And
Yep.
I haven't, I talked to her, and she said she wasn't interested in continuing, so I've got to figure out somebody in my district. The other person is Jody, and she's continuing.
Do you want to not do Jody tonight?
No, I can do Jody tonight. Make sure she stays. So do we do a motion to?
Hang on a second. This first one, sorry, is our, and I'm sorry, this has confused me, Board of Education. So we're starting with ourselves. Which we can do if anybody wants to. I would suggest we need the full board to do this, that doing this without President Abeyta at this point is actually
That gives me time.
not that. And so, sorry, this is us, because right now, Board Member Bozé and President Abeyta serve on the CRC, Board Member Heffron and I serve on audit, and you serve on PI and the and school board. So I would suggest that we postpone this item.
Okay.
We don't need to do anything to do that, right? We can just keep going. All right, we'll bring this one back. when we have everybody, and everybody think about where you want to be. If you have requests of where to be or not to be for the new year. CRC, I'm going to get you a bumper sticker. Okay, so then, moving on. So we postpone item F, moving on to item G. This is where we could do Jody, if you're ready to do Jody.
Okay.
And anyone else. And what we've done in the past here is each committee in one motion.
Vice President Noble, I'm curious if you, I can reach out to Carl Leff, but I was curious if you heard anything through being on the audit committee, if you have any sense of that. I can reach out to him if not. Okay. But I am ready on my CRC folks when it's time.
I'm ready for audit committee to reappoint Janie Thieland to the audit committee. She's already been serving since I have been on the board as of last September. So Janie Thieland has agreed to continue on audit.
Great. Is there any other audit committee representatives to be put on tonight?
Yeah, I have, but I can't remember her name.
Yes, and you haven't talked to her, I'm guessing.
No, I've talked to her.
Oh, you have?
She wants to continue. She was a principal and,
Yes, Margot.
Margot.
Okay, Margot Shirley. All
Yes,
right,
Margot
so
Shirley. I'd like to
Lynn, do you want to go ahead and make a motion of those two nominees to the audit committee?
So,
I'd like to nominate both Janie Thieland and
Margot Shirley.
Margot Shirley to serve on the audit committee, 25-26.
I'll second.
Great. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or otherwise? Okay, we've done the audit committee, and on the CRC,
Vice President?
Yes.
I would like to reappoint Jessica Johnson Shelton to the CRC. She has moved out of my district, but she will be my member at large. Jessica Johnson Shelton has graciously been recommended by Ms. Bozes as well. Thank you.
Okay. So, and
I'm going to nominate Jody Wheeler to serve as my member at large.
fabulous. And so, Board Member Bose, do you want to take those two and add yours and make a motion?
I would like to make a motion that we appoint my two members, who are Liz Elmquist and Kristen Pels, as well as Jessica Johnson Shelton, as well as Jody Wheeler, to serve on the CRC for school year 25-26.
Excellent. Four members there. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed or otherwise? Okay. Thank you very much. You all are so together. I love it. The National Education of NEA of Santa Fe and Santa Fe Public Schools Collective Bargaining Agreement 2025-2026. Dr. Griffin.
Deputy Superintendent Vanessa Romero will be presenting. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you, Vice President Noble, members of the board, Superintendent Griffin. I want to first acknowledge and recognize the work that was done with our board president, Alana Cartier. You're more than welcome to come up, and Vice President Vivian Roybal. We're proud of the work that we accomplished. I think some of the big highlights were, of course, the 4% to all of our employees that are covered by NEA. We're really proud of that work. Substituting, we have educational paraprofessionals or librarian educational professionals that are sometimes needed in emergencies to cover classrooms. And in the previous years, our CBA had an amount of $12, and we increased that to $1.90. So now we're paying them $14 an hour in emergencies to cover for classroom teachers. We're really excited about that. We also felt it was important to look at state statute in regards to class sizes. So we are now following state statute with classroom sizes. As I shared with you earlier, kindergarten at 15, they get an EA, but the limit is 20 students. There is no state average for kindergarten. In first grade, this is based on an average in grades 1 through 3. Grade band at a school, we cannot go over 22 students. If we go over 22 students, we do provide stipends, but I also want to mention, according to state statute, first graders' classrooms are required to have an instructional assistant. That was built into our budget when it was submitted to the PED. In grade bands 2 through 3, once again, the average is 22 students across grades 1st through 3rd grade. And if we go over the 22, teachers are still provided the stipend. The stipends are, they were negotiated with the union. This is not part of state statute. So we're following state statute, but still honoring and providing stipends for teachers with overages. And the same is the same for grades 4 through 6. It's an average across grades 4 through 6, but cannot exceed 24 students. And if there is a classroom, that teacher would also get the stipend. So we're really proud of those changes. And in Article 32, transportation, there used to be a process of seniority for field trips and activities. We want to remove that and allow all bus drivers to have that opportunity to take on field trips, and but still ensure that their regular routes are covered before taking on any extra work. I want to give you guys an opportunity. Did I miss something? Was I going too fast?
You got it all. I think you got it all.
All right.
Any other comments you want to make?
No, I feel like we left bargaining on a very positive note.
Yes.
I feel really positive about our relationship with the district, and I just appreciate everything.
That's wonderful to hear. And thank you both for all your work on the bargaining, for all your work with NEA Santa Fe, and for staying through the whole meeting for this moment.
That was a lot.
That was a lot. Yeah. I'll go ahead and move approval of the collective bargaining agreement between NEA Santa Fe and the Santa Fe Public Schools for 2025-2026.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Any further comments? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or otherwise? Thank you very much. Appreciate you. Moving on to item I, a one-time permanent cash transfer for 2024-2025. Dr. Griffin.
Thank you, Vice President Noble, board members. We have interim CFO, Ms. Beverly Aguilar, presenting.
Vice President Noble, members of the board, and Superintendent Dr. Griffin. At this time, I am requesting to do a one-time permanent cash transfer which requires board approval and public education department's approval. And this is for one of our audit findings that we've had for several years. It's 14 funds that are in the deficit in the amount of $841,889. So we're wanting to do a permanent transfer from the operational fund into these other funds to clear them out. This way we don't continue with the repeat finding. So we get this audit finding off, our books, and hopefully next year we won't have this audit finding. Of course, we need to wait for, if the board approves it, Public Education Department will have to approve it as well. So it might go into next fiscal year, since we're close to the end of the year already, depending on how soon they approve it. If they do, we hopefully will get that off the books for fiscal year 25.
Thank you very much, Ms. Aguilar. Can I ask about, on the There's a list of 12 on the fund justification, as
Right.
well as, I think, the transfer forms. The big one at the bottom, number 12, that a deficit stems from FY 2013. What's that fund? I mean, it's a long time ago, but do we know what went
Are we
on?
talking about the 31,700 fund?
Yes.
I think what happened with this fund, I know there've been some research with this fund. It probably got deposited into a wrong bank account or fund account, into the same bank account. However, it's been years that
Yeah,
this happened.
more than a decade.
I know Robert worked with the Public Education Department, Capital Outlay, and their recommendation from PED was to go ahead and do a permanent cash transfer.
And in some of the other documentation, there's a 27,400 fund, which also has 327,000.
Right, and I think again with that fund, there were so many different grants that were awarded and using the same fund number that I think they got miscoded or misdeposited into the wrong account, even though it's the same cash account. Again, it was researched there, they've been there for many years, and so at this point, I think the best thing to do is just to do a permanent transfer to clear them out.
Yep. Thank you. Any other questions on this one? I'll go ahead and move approval of this one-time permanent cash transfer for 2024-2025.
I second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or otherwise? All right, thank you, and hopefully we can
Thank you.
clear that finding. Moving on to Roman numeral 10 on our agenda, board discussion and possible action. Anyone want to bring anything up? Anyone want to keep going? Going once? Going twice? All right, we're moving on to advanced planning. I believe, according to the calendar we just adopted, that there's another meeting that's not on our advanced planning because we hadn't adopted a calendar. Yeah. July 10th, is that? July 10th.
And I'm going to be gone.
Do we need that meeting? Do we know?
I'm not going to
Vice President Noble, I would just, if we do need a meeting that week, I wonder if we could adjust the date a little bit. We got notice about the NMSBA leadership retreat that starts that day in Cloudcroft. So that's quite a long distance, and I would prefer not to drive at 5 in the morning on Friday in order to be there when it starts. So,
And I'm going to.
but I don't know if we need the meeting either, so.
Okay, well, I would suggest we leave it for now, and maybe ask Dr. Griffin to get with the team. We have often not met in July, which then we sort of threw out during pandemic years. And anyway, if we need a meeting, we might want to look at Board Member Boze's request at another time.
And Vice
We're
President.
required to have one? Really?
Really, one per month we're required?
So when we used to not meet in July, were we
What hap-
against the law, or has it changed?
You were under
Okay.
arrest.
Well, there we
No.
go.
Ooh.
So maybe it's worth just trying to reschedule, given that Board Member Boze's request and Dr. Gonzalez will be away, and
17th works, the next Thursday.
the next Thursday might work, July 17th. Statutorily required, whether we need it or not.
Cool.
All right, is that all right, Dr. Griffin?
TBD.
There we go.
TBD.
It'll be a board meeting.
To be determined.
Yes.
And
Thank
Vice
you.
President, may I also ask, new to this, do you meet in August as well? Does it start, the regular every 2 weeks starts up in August, or is that September?
It does, and we can look at our board meeting.
I'm just curious.
Well, it's on our calendar. We
Okay.
could look at it, we just adopted. And honestly, I was gonna say, very often we have conflicts in August, that is sort of the first full week of school.
Try to
So
avoid
if,
that.
for the team, it's not as close as it often is to the first day of school, but sometimes we want to reschedule that initial August meeting. This one, and again, we have moved to an ethos of doing what's good for the team, given that you all have to do all of this work. Obviously, our schedules matter too. And then in May, we often go up against graduation, but that's a long way from now.
I did witness that, for sure.
Yeah.
Adjust as needed, as long as there's one of them.
So, but to answer your question, board member, I couldn't find it, but Dr. Gonzalez did. Board member Heffron is, yes, we do start with
Yes,
the
I
2
see.
weeks, and
The 14th and 28th, I see.
perfect. Okay, but we'll leave that for now. The 17th, does that work for you, do you know?
No,
Not, July
Probably
17th does not work for you.
but don't worry about me.
But it does work for me.
It works for me.
Okay. We'll figure it out.
It also works for me. Yeah. And we could check in with President Abeyta. Okay, so we'll leave it there. Anything else on advanced planning?
Vice President Noble, if I may add
Yes,
something. Board Member Bozay brought up the Open Meetings Act presentations by the Attorney General, and it brought to my mind the fact that the board hasn't had their board retreat this year. And so if it's the board's pleasure, maybe thinking about that going forward. I understand things are pretty busy in the summer and whatnot, but just something to consider.
I appreciate that, thank you.
That's a really
Does that
good
count as a
reminder.
board meeting if we needed to?
Indeed.
So we have
Okay,
a
well, there's
retreat
a
in
little bit of a
July.
scheduling nightmare. What we've done in the past, help me, Saturdays?
Yeah, we've done Saturday afternoons.
Saturday mornings or something,
Yeah.
somewhere from.
What month or when?
Well, right now, I think we're talking about July.
'Cause it would count for a July meeting.
And I'm happy to bring it up with President Abeyta, but ultimately, sometimes it's nice to have a retreat. I think it would be a great idea with you, where the
Yes.
board talks about our priorities for the year, and, you know,
Vision, strategy.
vision, strategy, other things that we're thinking about, and to be able to have that time, I think as a board with you would be really valuable, so I appreciate that, that's a really good idea, and maybe we could even find, and what we've generally done is off-site, and, you know, a few hours with a couple items on the agenda. Josh has done this with us a bunch before, Alma's pretty familiar with it too. But usually it's like discussion of board priorities for 2025, 2026, sort of close to one agenda item. And it's been wonderful, and honestly, I think we've done some of our best work in those retreats. When we get out of here and we don't have a million technical things to do, and we get to think a little bit bigger. So, all right, thank you for that. I think that'd be great if we could get it, and, you know, maybe there's a way to do this if we can all share when we're away in July,
Yes.
so that there could be some collating of when we're here.
Thank you.
And any other key dates of.
Almost so good at the polling.
Yeah, of non-availability or something. All right, anything else on advanced planning? Anything else at all? All right, with that, we are adjourned. Thank you very much.